crew. Here come the crew, yeah. Here come the crew. Here comes the crew. Blue in the blood, that truth. Hammer in hand, let it ring through the roof. Here comes the blue crew. Stomp when you hear that name. Mama bare leg, whole squad hot like flame. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do their thing, hear it sing. Here comes the blue crew. All eyes locked on the move. Wisdom up above while they walk in the groove. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. Yeah. They do their thing, hear it sing. I'm a bad front line, heart like steel. Guarding every soul that love so real. Time boy wild with the sideways grin. Tended pulling up, say let's begin. Lee in the cut, my sharp like a blade. That's all be steady, never once afraid. Sassy Cassie talk slick, quick with the clap. Jesse Lynn slide through, playing in the lab. Quick to bring calm when it's storm too loud. Nevada ride deep, head high in the crowd. Lucid morning star eyes, glow in the dark. Fizzy super 7-5, leave clues like RKK. Straight fast, pause on the prize, running first and firm. Truth in his eyes, typically unique. Road breaking every mold. Meg with the vision, turn dust into gold. Here comes the blue crew. Stomp when you hear that name. Mama bare leg, whole squad hot like flame. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do their thing, hear it sing. Here comes the blue crew. All eyes locked on the move. Wisdom up above while they walk in the groove. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do their thing, hear it sing. Hey, the last 24 still counting each day. Bring the deep press on, never back in the way. Rash keep receipts, my sharp, no cap. Molly cat, proud, smooth, 2 steps ahead of the trap. All of them link like chain on the gate. Holding that line, never folding the weight. Every little wing, yeah, the heavens all see. Eyes from above, say walk how you be. They move in the midst, still keep that grace. Stuff on their shoes, fire in their face. Hands to the work, hearts never numb. Him in the air like, look what we become. Up top, wisdom watch. Light on the path, every misstep still met with a laugh. Who's so deep, whole block on the scene when it's win that truth. Let the middle just ring. Here comes the blue crew. Stomp when you hear that name. Mama bare leg, whole squad hot like flame. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do their thing, hear it sing. Here comes the blue crew. All eyes locked on the move. Wisdom up above while they walk in the groove. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do their thing, hear it sing. Here comes the blue crew. Stand up, raise that sound. Hammer to the sky, they shake the ground. Watch from above while they chase that dream. Blue crew, build like a team. Yeah. Here come the crew. Here come the crew. Here come the crew. Here come the crew, yeah. Here come the crew. Here comes the crew. Blue in the blood, that truth. Hammer in hand, let it ring through the roof. Here comes the blue crew. Stomp when you hear that name. Mama bare leg, whole squad hot like flame. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do their thing, hear it sing. Here comes the blue crew. All eyes locked on the move. Wisdom up above while they walk in the groove. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. Yeah. They do their thing, hear it sing. I'm a bad front line, heart like steel. Guarding every soul that love so real. Time boy wild with the sideways grin. Tended pulling up, say let's begin. Lee in the cut, my sharp like a blade. That's all be steady, never once afraid. Sassy Cassie talk slick, quick with the clap. Jesse Lynn slide through, playing in the lab. Quick to bring calm when it's storm too loud. Nevada ride deep, head high in the crowd. Lucid morning star eyes, glow in the dark. Fizzy super 7-5, leave clues like RKK. Straight fast, pause on the prize, running first and firm. Truth in his eyes, typically unique. Road breaking every mold. Meg with the vision, turn dust into gold. Here comes the blue crew. Stomp when you hear that name. Mama bare leg, whole squad hot like flame. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do their thing, hear it sing. Here comes the blue crew. All eyes locked on the move. Wisdom up above while they walk in the groove. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do their thing, hear it sing. Hey, the last 24 still counting each day. Bring the deep press on, never back in the way. Rash keep receipts, my sharp, no cap. Molly cat, proud, smooth, 2 steps ahead of the trap. All of them link like chain on the gate. Holding that line, never folding the weight. Every little wing, yeah, the heavens all see. Eyes from above, say walk how you be. They move in the midst, still keep that grace. Stuff on their shoes, fire in their face. Hands to the work, hearts never numb. Him in the air like, look what we become. Up top, wisdom watch. Light on the path, every misstep still met with a laugh. Who's so deep, whole block on the scene when it's win that truth. Let the middle just ring. Here comes the blue crew. Stomp when you hear that name. Mama bare leg, whole squad hot like flame. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do their thing, Daddy Green. Yeah, you know what I mean. Smile so clean. Dirty, dirty, dirty. Hands so filthy, unseen. Big man on campus. Shark in a Letterman jacket. Laugh while the whole town drowns. He just skims off the habit. Lives in the shadows, fake sugar on his teeth. Tells tales at the conk out. Nobody buys what he speaks. Dirty Daddy Green. Pocket fat from grief. Plays a saint on Sunday. Wears the mask all week. Got the suits on a string. All the badges on a leash. Blink, once you miss it, he'll drag you to the brink. Dirty Daddy Green. Out of what he steals. Smiles in your face. Signs, crooked deals. Every hallway. Every street. They're all in his pockets. Kissing his feet. He got MPD in his jacket. ISP on the chain. Every handshake, every favor. Bought and paid in your pain. By the feeder at the banquet. Posing like he runs the place. But the rock drips through when you look him in the face. Oh! Dirty Daddy Green. Pockets fat from grief. Plays the saint on Sunday. Wears the mask all week. Got the suits on a string. All the badges on a leash. Blink, once you miss it, he'll drag you to the brink. Dirty Daddy Green. Proud of what he steals. Smiles in your face. Signs, crooked deals. Every hallway. Every street. They're all in his pockets. Kissing his feet. Watch him. Don't even blink. He'll have your world gone faster than you think. He laughs while you think. Says it's all just business. As he pushes you to the brink. Dirty, 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 daddy. Dirty Daddy. Dirty Daddy. Pockets, 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 pockets. Dirty Daddy. Dirty Daddy. Pockets fat from grief. Plays a saint on Sunday. Wears the mask all week. Got the suits on a string. All the badges on a leash. Blink, once you miss it, he'll drag you to the brink. Dirty Daddy. Proud of what he steals. Smiles in your face. Signs, crooked deals. Every hallway. Every street. They're all in his pockets. Kissing his feet. Dirty Daddy Green. Dirty Daddy Green. Dirty Daddy Green.
All right, all you beautiful people, welcome back to the cafe. We are open on this fine Sunday for business. Great to see you all today. I hope you're having an amazing weekend and a beautiful Sunday. It is great to see all your beautiful faces here with us today. I hope everybody had a wonderful evening, and it's great to be able to spend time with you all today. Please make sure to hit the like button on your way through the door, if you will, and please, if you will, share this out and let everybody know what we're doing. Guys, we are catching up, open discussion, breakdown on whatever we talk about, guys. True crime related, of course, that's important. So please make sure to hit the like button. Come on in here. I'm sure there are a couple things that I would like to review in regards to the Idaho 4 case that I have been quite interested in recently. I would love to break those down with you guys, discuss them. Anybody that would like to join me, there will be a link at the top of the chat, pinned as always, and you can pop right on up here with me today and discuss these things if you'd like. I'd love for it. So, you know where we go next and what we do next. So let's do it and get this thing moving.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right, all right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, 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 hey. Good to see you all today. And I hope you're all having an amazing Sunday. Grateful to you all for jumping in here with your beautiful selves to hang out with me on your Sunday. That means a lot. And I appreciate you for that. It looks like we got 41 people in here thus far, 25 likes. Wonderful stuff, guys. Keep hitting that like button. Share this out and let's get into this mess. True crime is a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. Always a mess. We'll be diving into a couple different things I want to review. Of course, anybody that is interested is welcome to join me up here. I always love company. I promise you, I don't smell. I smell good, if anything. So I don't understand why I put cologne on. I always have cologne on when I'm in here. I have no idea why, because nobody can smell me. But it is something I've always done. I'm very weird about that. So, but anyway, that was just a joke, but it went too far. Yes, I don't smell, so please feel like it's okay to join me up here. Show your faces, don't show your faces, whatever you want to do, but discuss things with me. I love to talk to people, as you guys know. So come on in, grab a seat, fill up a cup, get comfortable, whatever you got to do. Let's do this. Let's see who we got joining us in here today. Miss Lisa Winchester, great to see you as always. Jessie Lynn, great to see you. Oh, no. Oh, boy. The child is here.
Hi, Dad.
Hello, son. How are you today? Good to see you.
Oh, I got some things to unleash on.
Sounds like a plan. That's what it's all about. Let me finish checking everybody out here real quick, and we'll get moving. The megastars in the house. Great to see you, Jessie Lynn. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, we're gonna be reviewing that, Jesse, for sure. Jules ran a video last night that it was really great with Olivia Stevenson making a speech of sorts based on the Bill 1250. We're gonna break that down and talk about that. One's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. I hope you're staying
I am
safe.
loved, Dad.
Well, of course you are. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. Just because I pick on you, only because you pick on me, it doesn't mean you're not loved. But that's of course. But 1-1, good to see you, brother. I hope you're being safe on them New York streets out there. Stay safe. Teresa, great to see you. Karmic Retribution in the house. Again, great to see you, dear. Make sure you guys are dropping her link, please, and thank you. To make sure everybody is subscribed to Karmic Retribution on this beautiful Sunday. If you don't do it, what are you doing with your lives, guys? Come on now. Let me see here. Witchy was, Witchy is, Witchy woo. Good to see you. Thank you for being here today. Always appreciate seeing you. Sleuth75 dancing on in. As always, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. The Fizness is in the house. What's up, Fizzy? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. As well as also pretty much Finland. Welcome to you. Sylvia Hurley, welcome back. Great to see you. The Karma Police are in the house, guys. You better be careful. Behave. You don't want to go out in them bracelets. Mikey's in the house. My production manager, the man himself. Always great to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Aquamarine, great to see you. And thank you to him for doing the things he does to make these things happen. And my videographer, Molly, for producing these amazing intros, outros, and the songs that she puts out as well for us. Thank you so much, Molly. All of you that are in the backstage or in the hallway out there watching us from out there and don't want to come in here, but you're still watching, we appreciate you as well. Thank you so much for being here. Yes, everybody loves Dylan, of course. At least when he wears some decent clothing and hats, you know. If he's not wearing something, it's a whole different thing. We need to get him in here to our merch shop here and go get something that has, instead of wearing that damn Patriot shit or the Georgia shit, maybe he can get something from our merch store and wear that instead. You know what I'm saying? Just saying.
I got the William Byron hat on today. It's race day.
Now, I'm not complaining about that one. But
I can go get the Patriot stuff.
now you can leave that where it's at, or you can take it out and start a fire with it. One of the two. It's up to you. Kawanda, welcome back, dear. Great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Says thank you, Dago and Chad, for these lives this weekend. Been working from home this weekend and yelling at, well, that's wonderful to hear. And thank you for being here, Kawanda. We appreciate that. Teresa, great to see you. I don't think I missed anybody. Let me see. That's right. Miss Meg says that we'd appreciate those lurkers even more if all you would do is hit that like button and share this out. We appreciate that so very much. Thank you, Meg. As always. As always. Let's see. I think I got everybody. 48 people in the house, 27 likes. Let's see if we can make that match a little better, guys. Get this into an algorithm. And make sure you guys, if you can, leave me some comments after the show. I love it, and YouTube loves it, and I definitely try to read into and answer all of them. So please, if you will, make sure you're doing that. Terry Weed, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. It's wonderful to see you guys in here on your Sunday, taking time out of your day to hang out with me. I appreciate that. And Dylan as well. Got me stumped. Great to see you. Miss Margaret, great to see you. Again, guys, on the way through the door, just use your elbow, your knee, your foot, your toe. You can use your eyebrow if it'll work, but hit that like button if you can. Leave a little DNA for us. I promise we won't let it go anywhere. We don't like authors, so we stay away from them, guys. Don't worry about that. All right. The link is pinned. Dylan is up here. What do you got today, buddy? What's going on?
Oh my goodness! As if this case didn't have enough issues. I mean, the Idaho 4.
Of course.
Oh my God!
I had no doubt it was Idaho.
You want to start with the bill, or do you want to start with the reaction from the Brian Koberger is absolutely guilty, so shut up about it crowd?
Whichever way you want to go, buddy. I can handle either side of it. Do your thing, brother.
So with the bill, there this is kind of my alley.
We're talking about Bill 1250 that was just passed, folks, that Olivia Stevenson, which I'm going to show you a speech she put out. Olivia Stevenson helped to promote and pass so that we can no longer look at any kind of autopsy or crime scene photographs or anything like that. In crime scenes, we're just supposed to say, hey, they said this is what happened. I believe them. Bullshit.
So the bill itself, one of the it's not the fact that we can't see pictures of unredacted bodies. I mean, obviously nobody wants to see that.
Of course, of course.
That's not the issue, but the issue in it is the language and the vagueness of it, because it
Right.
doesn't constitute when it's the body or when it's the scene.
Yeah.
And in theory, and we've already seen this already in this case, they will deny FOIA requests based on either case law that doesn't apply, codes that are not real, or just the randomest. Oh, it's a CIA investigation. We can't release that. Like, wait, what? Uh, so this just gives Idaho another blanket coverage to be able to say no. And for whatever reason, they say yes to something. They charge a mortgage payment for a 30-second clip because it took them
Yeah.
4 days to find it. And this law is only more coverage for a state that hasn't earned any sort of trust to have that coverage.
Right. Right.
So, and I, and it's funny because at the beginning of this case, it was the Goncalves family screaming, "We want transparency," and they were the ones throwing an absolute hissy fit when the
Right.
gag order was placed.
Yep,
And then
yep.
and then all of a sudden it's it's over, just move along. Nothing to see here. And
Right. And let me clarify something too on my side of things. Listen, I don't want to see the bodies of victims from a murder scene. I don't want to. Okay. I've seen too much of that in my life as it is, based on what I used to do. But I do want to see crime scene photographs to be able to understand what happened at the scene. Okay. The bodies don't have to be there. I don't care, but sometimes blood and things like that is important to be able to look at to understand a situation, in my opinion, as to what happened at that house or the scene itself, whatever it is. Okay. I think that's kind of important. But the way, and I'm hoping that this doesn't like lead to a domino effect and all sorts of things start falling out all over the place because of this type thing, is what I'm saying. So how much is it going to change? I don't know that it's going to change a whole lot, you guys, but if they push certain things and this law gets thrown up into the air regularly over these different scenes at these different cases, we'll see. You know what I mean? We'll see how it works out, but
it
hopefully it
absolutely
don't.
will. It
Yeah.
absolutely will. We've seen for 100 years at this point the government and all government agencies, from federal to state, regardless who's in charge, that they will defer to the side of not telling anybody anything as opposed to being open and transparent.
Right. Right.
So
That's
yeah,
what I'm worried about.
I mean, we're gonna as and this also I think is a shot at WSU because they're going after Idaho for a lot of unredacted
Right.
stuff.
Yeah.
And this is a CYA, and this might be why the Goncalveses are fighting so hard for this,
Hmm.
because I've said it over and over on this channel. Narrative over justice for their dead child.
Agreed. Agreed.
Money over justice
Yeah.
for Kaylee. And
Unfortunately, yes, it has come down to that in some aspect. If you see it, you see it. If you don't, you will.
so, yeah, I am incredibly
Well,
concerned about this bill,
I
especially the
agree.
vagueness of the language.
I agree. Welcome, Tandy. Good to see you. Johanna. Great to see you. Give me 1 second, Dylan. Right turn, Clyde. Welcome and happy Sunday to you. Great to see you. Jessica Lynn, welcome to you. Great to have you back in the house, guys. I'm gonna throw this up. Dirt 13, great to see you as well. I'm gonna throw this up. Miss Jules put this out last night. Speaking of, Jules is gonna be joining us on the next verdict room. Thank you guys for joining us last night there. awesome show with Birdie. I appreciate you guys joining us for that. It was amazing, as always, with Miss Logan, Kim, Mikey, myself, and Birdie. You guys were amazing. The questions and all of you that were here, it was awesome, guys. I appreciate it. But again, next Saturday, this coming Saturday, I should say, Miss Jules from True Crime Reaction is going to be joining us. And that I'm excited about. I haven't been on a panel with Jules in a couple of years now, and I miss it. We have great conversations. She's amazing. I have nothing but the absolute respect for her and how she does things. So, this video she put out last night is Miss Olivia Stevenson, Kaylee Gonsalves' sister, talking in regards to the Bill 1250. And we're gonna check this out real quick, and then after that, I'm curious what Dylan's thoughts are on this too. Welcome, Randy Furr, my brother from another mother. Good to see you. And Miss Tandy, always good to see you, dear. I hope you're feeling better. And I'm curious what your guys' thoughts and feelings are on this because I have my own. So, have you seen this yet, Dylan?
I've seen bits and pieces of it, but
Right.
I've never sat and watched the entire thing because it's
Gotcha.
7 minutes, and I'm kind of nervous on what she says. But
I get it.
the
I get it.
but one last thing that I want to add on before
Yeah, go
we
ahead.
start this part. eh, what's really shocking to me is the reaction from media members or
Yeah.
certain legion saying, like, cheering this on, like, and they're
Yeah.
trying to paint the picture of saying, like, we want to see like the actual bodies unredacted, all that jazz, and nobody in their right mind saying that. Nobody.
No.
And the point of media is to check corruption, not sit there and cheer it on.
Agreed.
Uh, I don't know.
Should be.
I don't know if you remember the one girl that I absolutely eviscerated in a video in one of my videos we reviewed on here,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I she was cheering this on. I've now switched her name to Riley Lou Propaganda, Lion Riley Propaganda.
Gotcha.
Bec-
Gotcha.
because she parrots every single thing Moscow PD says, no matter how stupid, no matter how lack of sense it makes. And she cheers this
Gotta
on.
You gotta
And
wonder when people do that too, Dylan. Why does somebody word for word believe and accept fully without even looking at why somebody would believe all that stuff too? It's interesting.
my favorite part of that video still is her trying to explain how a chase could have happened across the house without knocking over the beer pong table, saying, "See, there's clearly enough space there."
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's some logic in itself, right? Absolutely. Gotta love it. So yes, pull your seatbelts out, tighten down for this because her speeches are always quite interesting, folks, as we all know. I hope you're ready. And we will react to it once it's played out. So on we go. Is that anything left that you had to say, sir, or was that it?
I think that was it.
All right. I can't wait to hear what you got to say after this.
Oh boy.
Moscow, Idaho. When the first scene photos were released, they were everywhere all at once. Within an hour, they were completely unavoidable.
Now, keep in mind again, the bill that they are talking about is for bodies. It's not for crime scene photos. It's for bodies specifically. And that has not happened except by an accident with Xana, with the ISP drop. Everything else in way of the video.
And mind you, that none of us did that. That was ISP that made that mistake, not us. Most of us didn't show that picture. We kept it kind of to ourselves, and we, amongst ourselves, looked at it to see if we could tell what it was. But most of us didn't put that picture out there, okay? Most of us wouldn't put that picture out there, at least not out on a main channel, not behind a paywall or something like that. I wouldn't do that either way, but that's just, I'm different, and some people are different the way they handle things, but none of us would do something like that. And that's what she's trying to say in some senses. But anyway.
Victims, they have been blurring out and blocking out from the original releases. So keep all of that in mind when she's talking about this, because the subject is not for crime scene photos in general. It is about bodies, which we have not had to deal with. And at this point, had they been out at this point? That drop was on 120. Yeah, the drop that had Xana's body not redacted was on 120/26. So it was right before this. But this is being based off of, according to her interview, she only wanted to join this fight to get this passed because, and this is another thing that makes no sense, Thompson couldn't promise they wouldn't be leaked because he didn't know who else had access to them. Again, since when do rules matter to people that are going to hack or steal information and leak it? That's as redundantly idiotic as thinking that gun laws actually work to keep them away from criminals. Criminals are going to do whatever the hell they want to do regardless of the laws. Photos are going to leak regardless of if there's a freaking law in place that says they can't. That's the point of it being called a leak instead of a release.
Bingo.
The whole thing just feels really redundant. I can't stress that enough in my mind how much it feels like.
Yeah,
I was just saying bingo. Just because there's gun laws doesn't mean criminals ain't going to have them.
amen.
I mean, it's the same thing. Same exact thing. It is not, you don't have to create a law because Bill Thompson can't keep his ship tight.
Right. Absolutely correct, sir. That is a fact. And again, these mistakes weren't made by us. They were made by them. Okay. So it is what it is.
This was just for attention and not really for anything relevant. And again, I'm not mad that they're doing this. I'm fine with them not letting bodies out. Y'all know how I handled Xana's. I'm just not quite understanding their purpose with the way that they're putting their purpose out there. It just doesn't.
She's absolutely correct. And guys, please make sure if you have not yet done it to subscribe to Jules True Crime Reactions. Jules True Crime. She's got 2 channels actually, guys. I have the link for the one that I dropped in the chat here, but please make sure you subscribe to her. You don't want to miss anything she puts out. She does it the right way, all the way, the best way, in my opinion. And I have nothing but absolute respect for her. And truly, honestly, if you haven't seen any of her stuff, you need to go check it out. You're missing out for sure.
That makes sense to me.
I can tell you exactly why they're doing this.
Sorry?
I can tell you exactly why they're doing this. This is a direct shot at Washington State to try to prevent them from getting information because they know their lawsuit's crap.
Well, between this and the EWU lawsuit now going on where they're not releasing footage and certain such things, so on and so forth, think about all this mixed together, you guys. It makes sense. It truly does. Truly does. Thank you, Meg. There's Jules' second channel right there, guys. Please, Jules of All Trades, this is actually her original channel. Please make sure you guys subscribe to both. They both have amazing content on both sides of the channel, so check her out. Thank you, Meg.
They're suing Eastern Washington too?
No, they're suing. Everybody thought it was Eastern Washington University. It's EWU is a platform that puts out I don't want to say body cam footage, but different types of footage. They're trying to get it's a whole weird thing, all because they can't. EWU is suing Moscow PD because they won't. I can't explain it right here, right now. I have to show it to you. It doesn't. It's hard to explain it, but it's a whole thing about releasing footage and stuff like that, so that they can put it out. You know what I mean? It's wild.
Yeah.
Witchy says, I've always wondered if there was a leaker at ISP releasing unredacted photos, and me too. Truly and honestly, Witchy, I did too. Honestly, because of the little accidents that we've had with documents and pictures and stuff. So yeah, good point.
Knowing what I was looking at, my stomach sank, my heart rate spiked, and the panic set in. I was the one to call my mom, my dad, and Xana's sister. And all I could say was to stay offline and to not turn the TV on.
But see, that was the ones that just happened on 1/20/26. That's how she described what happened with the Idaho drop. That's why she just mentioned how she called Jasmine.
They were already being shared. And
No, and that's what I respect and love about Jules because, and her belief is why? Why hold back? It's going to come out at some point. And Jules is blunt. She's real. There's no fake. There's no fraud. There's no bullshit. She presents things real to life because that's what we're living in, guys. We don't live in a bubble. We don't live in a fake atmosphere. We live in the real world. There's no reason to not present things in the real world the real way. And that is what I love about Jules and respect about her and always have. She holds no bones, period. So it's the way it should be. That's why so many people are so confused all the time, folks, in my opinion, because everything has been iced all nice and pretty for them, and the sugar coating has been added to it, and people don't get it. Okay. And then when it does pop out and it breaks through that icing or that sugar coating, everybody goes, oh my God, how could that be? If you get it from the start, you get it from the beginning, you know what's going on. It's a lot softer to be able to deal with, in my opinion, is all I'm saying. So, true. So here we go. Miss Olivia Stevenson making her speech on Bill 1250.
Wide, being shared far and wide beyond just the taxpayers of the United States. Before this, it was a sunny Friday afternoon in August, after business hours, and there was absolutely nothing I could do.
Okay, so it was MPD.
I wanted to give a little bit of context. In my sister's case, there was a non-dissemination order that was put in place, and I'm going to apologize as well. I'm a mom, and I apologize. You're
No
welcome.
worries. Picking up the kids allowed.
There was a non-dissemination order that was.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Let's look at that again.
And I'm going to apologize as well. I'm a mom, and I apologize. You're
No
welcome.
worries. Picking up the kids allowed.
There was a non-dissemination order that was put in place. After sentencing, we were told that it would be months before any photos came out. But that's not really what happened. On the day of sentencing, Moscow Police Department released 578 documents.
Not of bodies
And,
or anything.
I did include the exact verbiage that was given regarding my sister. But I see that there's children present today. So I'm not going to give those exact words.
And mind you, like Jules just said, there were no bodies. Nothing. No bodies. No, not even in, like, we couldn't see anything that resembled a body. Okay. When they put those black boxes up, you may think there's something behind it. Of course, there probably is, but they put it up big enough that we can't even see the outline. We can't see the indentation of what could be about nothing, guys. There's no bodies, period. So it is what it is.
But I will say the mental images created by these words were absolutely horrific. My fear of the unknown was further compounded by intense public interest and a very real possibility.
And what she's talking about there is how they described her face, how they described the fact that she was so destroyed.
And that's fine. But you know who did that first? You know who gave us the visual of what happened to Kaylee's face before anybody?
That would be her father.
Thank you. And her mom. They told us what happened to Kaylee's face. The news did not. The photographs did not. MPD did not. ISP did not. Her father and her mother did it. And I'm not attacking her parents by any means. I again, let me stress this, okay? These parents have been through hell and back more times than anybody ever should have to. The loss that they have had is horrendous, folks. Nobody can ever understand unless you've been there the loss that they have had, okay? What we're talking about here and the things that I do is I question things that are said and point out things that are done because I have questions about them. By no means do I have nothing but compassion for them and would do anything I could to make these people feel better, okay? Stopping doing this is not going to change the way they feel about things. All this does is point to truth, which is something they should want, and justice in some aspect. And I've been told they don't want our justice. Okay, that's fine. I'm not attacking anybody. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm pointing to things that need to be seen and heard because the media does not do it the right way, or if at all. Okay, this bill, the reason why we're discussing this is because this can be dangerous. Is all I'm saying. So Again, the first people that pointed out what happened to Kaylee were her family. Not any of us, not the news, not MPD, nobody. That's who they need to be upset with, in my opinion, for that.
So let me just actually stop for a second and I'll pull up the reports because she's going to say it in all of its words when she does it on her TikTok. But what she's trying to claim here, for some weird ass reason, is that what's in these reports about how Kaylee's face was so unrecognizable of being an actual facial structure because of how extremely damaged her face was. And whose report was this? This was Gunderson's. So then we have Smith. Smith describes it as the female laying on the left half of the bed as I looked at it from the doorway was unrecognizable. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. Let's see what Warner says. Does Warner say anything about her face? The other female had multiple lacerations to her upper body and some blood on her face. Oh, no, the other one. Okay, right here. One female on the left side of the bed in relation to the bedroom door had an extreme amount of lacerations to her face and upper body, which made her unrecognizable. Meaning there was nothing left of her facial structure where you could get a face ID. Even if her license was sitting right next to her on the pillow, it would not look like her. They have already told us that from her facial injuries alone, her cranial injuries alone, the consultancies have already said to us that could have killed her alone without the rest of it. That she asphyxiated on her own blood, that her injuries were so severe. So you trying to tell us now that that was false? By sitting here and claiming that those things weren't real. When you saw it, that's not how you saw her. That's because you're trying to be poetic and cutesy, and this is not the time for that. This is not the time for that.
She makes an amazing point right there, you guys. Amazing point. That's a fact. So that's basically what they're doing, though, in a sense. That's not what it was. That's not how it was. That's not what I saw. That's not what I know. Then what is it? You're the ones that told us this originally. Even before these reports came out, they told us this. Okay? When we read the generic, whatever the hell they are, autopsy results, they talk about intracranial fractures inside her skull, things like that, okay? What is that supposed to tell you? What are you supposed to discern from that? And she's changing it again. The narrative's being changed again in a sense, if that's what she's saying. Okay. Welcome, Love and Other Habits. Thank you for joining us. I just I'm gonna stop for a minute, but just listen to what they're saying. And Jules is making amazing points with what she's saying. Absolute
Right.
amazing points. This is why I wanted to review this with you. Go ahead, Dylan.
Like father, like daughter. This is what the Goncalves family have been doing since day one. They are throwing more smoke into a fire, and then they're saying like, "Oh, what happened? What do you mean?"
Agreed. To some aspect, they've caused some problems with. This is why we question the things they say and want to understand it more, because it's not because we're trying to hurt them or attack them or any of that stuff, guys. It's because we want to understand, what are you saying? Why are you saying these things? Why are you not seeing the things we're seeing and not understanding what we're doing or trying to do? And it just doesn't make any damn sense. None of it. None of it. And you don't have to apologize, Love and Other Habits. She says, I'm so sorry how this will come across, but if her face was so destroyed, where is the blood? We are being played like a fiddle. And this is why we question things the way that we do. Because we're lied to in one aspect. We're told one thing by one person, one thing by another person. You have the prosecution telling the family one thing. The family's telling us one thing. We're seeing another thing in a report, hearing something else in an interview, and then seeing something else from this. And then we're just supposed to go, okay, George, whatever you tell me, I'll eat dirt. That's what they want. It makes no sense to me, you guys. No sense. All we want, truly and honest to God, is some absolute truth. Just a little bit. Instead of this absolute bullshit confusion that we have dealt with for 3 years. Give us some reality, please. Not a lot to ask for, in my opinion.
It's because the Goncalves family, they're not concerned with the truth. Their only concern at this point is for getting that lawsuit through or getting some sort of settlement from Washington State.
And it's sadly, it's starting to look that way. I don't want to believe as a parent and a human being that somebody would feel that way. But what other choice do we have when we see what we see is all I'm saying, you guys. Honestly.
I don't understand her purpose here in doing this, because she's making it seem as if there's more inconsistencies and more issues while they are fighting to stop us from seeing facts. This is the most back-assward ass family in existence, if you ask me. Seriously.
Amen. It makes no sense.
In October, the one picture.
Oh, where'd it go? Hold on.
I think it's Jules. I don't think it's you.
Yeah. She has the audio off, I think. I forgot to turn it back on or something.
She's grown to love the prosecution team that they complain about on a daily basis very much.
Right.
You heard that, huh?
Does that make sense? Does that make sense? The one person they complain about regularly is Bill Thompson.
They did a 45-minute interview with Nancy Disgrace, ripping Bill Thompson to shreds.
100%. 100%.
It's not doing the sound now. Okay, let me see what happened.
By the way, this is Jules's video, guys. I'm reacting and reviewing it with you.
Okay, hold on.
She's not actually
Okay.
here. She'll be here Saturday, though.
Can you hear it now?
There was a non-dissemination order that was put in place. After sentencing, we were told that it would be months before any photos came out. But that's not really what happened. On the day of sentencing, Moscow Police Department released 578 documents.
What was that ridiculous ass comment? If you think that asking them why they're coming out and lying about things is criticizing them, then you're on the wrong channel. Seriously. You should care that
Exactly
they're
what
out
I
here
just
lying.
said.
Not just about evidence against Koberger that they literally pulled out their own asses. Information about Kaylee, stories that they came out and told that screwed up everything when it came to Xana and Ethan's timelines. They're out here telling tales for sympathy. If you were really here for Kaylee and for Xana and for Maddie and for Ethan, you would care when the inconsistencies come out. It's not criticism to ask these people who came out and very publicly asked the public for help to be consistent and honest.
Amen.
Seriously, grow up. Not even playing this game. Grow up.
And I did include the exact verbiage that was given regarding my sister. But I see that there's children present today, so I'm not going to give those exact words. But I will say the mental images created by these words were absolutely horrific. My fear of the unknown was further compounded by intense public interest and a very real possibility that these photos might one day find their way to the internet. I made the decision to request to sit down with prosecutors and investigators so I could at least control something. I wasn't ready and I didn't want to, but I felt that it was the best that
I want to point out something she just said. Focus on what she says here. Listen to this again.
request to sit down with prosecutors and investigators so I could at least control something.
Bingo. So I can at least control something. Did you catch it? One more time.
I was about to
The
say.
exact verbiage that was given regarding my sister. But I see that there's children present today, so I'm not going to give those exact words. But I will say the mental images created by these words were absolutely horrific. My fear of the unknown was further compounded by intense public interest and a very real possibility that these photos might one day find their way to the internet. I made the decision to request to sit down with prosecutors and investigators so I could at least control something. I was requested to sit down with prosecutors and investigators so I could at least control something by intense public interest and a very real possibility that these photos might one day find their way to the internet. I made the decision to request to sit down with prosecutors and investigators so I could at least control something.
Control. So I can at least control something. Bingo. There's one of the main reasons right there.
There's nothing for Olivia to control.
There's
This
no
is-
need. There's no need.
I mean, this is insane.
Listen, I understand. This is your sister. God love it. I do. What do you need to control? What you need to control is the lies, the corruption that has been blatantly seen. Control that. Not this. This is ridiculous.
Like,
And she had to sit down with Bill Thompson. What did she control, Dylan? And what did Olivia Stevenson control in the sit down with Bill Thompson? You tell me.
not a damn thing.
Nothing. Nothing at all. All she controlled was what she heard. That's it. Makes no sense to me.
I mean, the Goncalves family, they're a convenient circus. Look over here. Don't look over at MPD. Don't look over at ISP. Look over here. That's what they are.
That's exactly what's been going on.
Give them a makeup and a red nose and call it good, I guess. They want to be a circus so damn bad.
However you want to call it, buddy. Very good point. Angie says, even that Kaylee's death is no longer Kaylee's death. No. That doesn't even belong to her anymore. FB's in the house. What's up, buddy? I heard the G family didn't even have a relationship with their daughter. Well, I don't want to say that. I know there was an estrangement before this all went down for, I don't know what or why, for how long. But Kaylee, when she went home, she didn't even go home. She went to her aunt's house. There was something going on. We don't know. That's their family business, I guess. I gather that, so on and so forth. But again, here we are with no transparency. We're only told what they want us to know. And Olivia states it right there. She wants to control this. Okay. How did that work for you?
And one thing I do want to kind of jump up in front of, when you jump in front of the media train, family business becomes media business. Plain and simple.
Absolutely.
It's the unfortunate reality of today, but yeah, when you're screaming, look at me, look at me, look at me, yeah, everything becomes the media's business.
Absolutely.
In your life. So
I agree.
And I do find it interesting, and I looked through the Goncalves family page. They have still yet to say a single thing about Mabbit and her little comment.
I know. God forbid any of us says something. That should have been a dark cloud should have floated over that immediately, but nothing happened.
That should have been a media firestorm. And yet I've seen a lot of people on TikTok defending Mabbit, calling it dark humor or gallows humor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's a little too dark for that. No. Hey, Mandy, welcome. Good to see you. They have their family Facebook page and share way too much. That's the truth. They share way more than they yell at us for putting out. So we can't do that. I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all, you guys. Not even a little bit. Jesse says, I don't understand wanting to be the center of attention 24/7, but then not wanting to hear people's opinions. Thank you. Thank you. Right here is exactly why we do what we do. Teresa says it's the epitome of hypocrisy. Amen, Teresa. Amen.
It's like that South Park episode with Meghan Markle and Prince Harry.
Yeah. If you haven't seen it, he's right. Absolutely. Good point. On we go.
I wasn't ready and I didn't want to, but I felt that it was the best that I could do. I was with investigators and prosecutors when I saw my sister. Though I've grown to love them very much,
That's so
I truly
crazy.
just wanted privacy with
Though
her.
I've grown to love
refuse
them
to
very much. Y'all hate them. Y'all complain about Jennings. Y'all complain about Thompson. Y'all complain about the prosecution. Every time y'all talk about this case, you complain about how much they failed. What do you mean you come to love them very much? That is so weird to say.
Cry, and instead I tried to lighten the mood by commenting on how pretty her painted toenails were and how her tanning lotion made it look like maybe she could still be alive. You see, I knew these photos hurt them too, and I didn't want to hurt them anymore. I was shivering, but not because I was cold, and I viewed what only I could manage in the moment without breaking my composure, desperately trying to find a balance and harm reduction for everyone. But if I'm being honest with all of you guys today, all I could really think about was how much I wanted to curl up with her. If they had just called me that day, maybe I could have brought her back to life. How
Do you see how ridiculous she sounds? Do you see how ridiculous she sounds?
And this, you guys, okay, is why you cannot, in my opinion, in the emotional state that they are all in and have been in from day one, come to the internet, go to the media, and say and do the things they're doing. They're being led by their emotions, okay? Fully, which is understood. I do understand it. In that case, then you need to step back until that you can control that or you know, get yourself together, which I'm not saying you need to do that. Do it on your time. But until then, don't come out here and say things like what she just said there. That sounds ridiculous. I'm sorry. It doesn't sound mentally healthy. I'll put it that way, okay? I get it. I get why she's saying it. But it does not sound mentally healthy. I'll just say that, okay?
all I could really think about was how much I wanted to curl up with her. If they had just called me that day, maybe I could have brought her back to life. How beautiful she was. Now, there was nothing unrecognizable about her. I wanted to tell her how those silly little officers saying those silly little things were mistaken. And truly, if I had not been able to view those photos, all I would have been left with were the mental images created by the words.
Those photos, you mean the only one that you could actually fathom and handle to look at, that you weren't completely honest about whatever it was all these months ago? Was that done on purpose so you could use this later and just elaborate however you needed to without being honest? What do you mean you hope that you wish they would have just called you so you could bring her back to life? Okay, JP Miller, what kind of weird shit is that? What kind of weird shit is that? You're making no sense. You're sitting here being poetic and metaphorical because she's your sister and she's in your heart, and I understand that. But to sit here and do this when we're talking about real physical crime scene photos, when you're sitting here talking about these little silly officers, they're the ones who encountered her being that way. Just the same age as your sister, walking in and encountering how disfigured she was. I don't know if they're silly little officers, silly little cops, silly little boys. While y'all have told us how horrible her injuries were, do you see how weird this shit is? So was she not disfigured and y'all are out here complaining and lying to us about the marks on her face and all these other things? Or was she completely destroyed because this was one of the most gruesome scenes to have ever been seen? Or was it not? Because that's what you're implying here with your little poetry that you're trying to do. I don't understand this. I don't understand this. Like, to say that to these legislative people, I wish they would have just called me so I could bring her back to life. These silly little cops and their silly little words. I'm sorry. That's crazy, bro. That is wild.
Were mistaken.
That is crazy.
And truly, if I had not been able to view those photos, all I would have been left with were the mental images created by the words. And I'm not positive how I would be doing today.
See? If I wouldn't have seen the picture, all I would have had left was the mental images from the words. So seeing her with her lacerations in her face and her teeth missing was better for you than just imagining it from the words that were spoken. I would imagine honestly that it would be worse actually seeing her that way. I've said what I needed to say so far. Let me just.
I apologize.
This shit makes no sense.
For this, but thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Appreciate the testimony. Any questions? Okay. I don't see.
Look how she's looking at her
Thank you,
daughter.
Olivia, thank you for.
Y'all
taking
notice
time
that too?
To share with us.
She's so mad that she had to pick up her kid. Like she's like literally looking at her with daggers in her eyes. Watch her.
And truly, if I had not been able to view those photos, all I would have been left with were the mental images created by the words. And I'm not positive how I would be doing today. I apologize for this, but thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Appreciate the testimony.
Push the kid
Any
down.
questions?
Look how she's looking at her. Watch her eyes.
Okay. I don't see any. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you for taking time to share with us today. We appreciate it.
Wild stuff. Okay. So this next piece is going to be from 2 days ago where she reads her entire testimony on TikTok. So some of it's going to sound the same, but she's going to also go in there and repeat some of the stuff from the reports while saying that it doesn't match what she saw in the picture. Oh, I can't stand these people. I don't understand why are you doing this? Why are you doing this right now?
My name is Olivia Gonsalves. I stand before you today as the sister of Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, murdered together along with Ethan Chapin and Xana Knodel in their home on November 13th, 2022 in Moscow, Idaho. I'm not an expert on much, so I won't pretend to be. I'll just be me. I wanted to offer you something personal, a little view into the mechanics of the system as it exists in Idaho as a family member of a homicide victim. Shortly after sentencing, we were told it would be months until anything came out. Documents, photos, filings. We welcome the
But notice how she's using this little soft voice. We know that's not who she is. She's putting on an act right now. Because she couldn't do this with the crying kid. She couldn't put on this soft voice little act as she told this story. So now she's doing it to her TikTok audience.
temporary halt on what had already felt like a nonstop assault since November 13th, 2022. If the loss or the grief or the longing
again, this
doesn't
didn't
beat
change
you
anything.
into exhaustion and submission,
bodies were already
the justice
being
system
redacted.
surely will. We welcomed the end. But that's not really what happened. You see, in my sister's case, a non-dissemination order had been put in place. And once it was lifted, the floodgates opened wide. People waited, but just barely, foaming at the mouth for answers they felt entitled to. So ultimately, I did.
Oh no. I just lost her spot.
Sank, my heart rate spiked, and
This is definitely, for those of you that aren't familiar, this is definitely a show. This is not who she presents herself as on a regular basis, folks. We already know that, okay? But she's got to make it look good for these people.
the panic set in. Seeing photos released, they were everywhere all at once.
Okay.
Within an hour, they were unavoidable. I opened my Facebook app not knowing what I was looking at. My stomach sank, my heart rate spiked, and the panic set in. I was the one to call my mom, my dad, and Xana's sister. All I could say was to stay offline and turn off the TV.
Remember, some of this is
damage
going to
was
be
done.
repeated.
They were already being shared far and wide beyond just the taxpayers of the United States.
And isn't that a weird statement to say? They were already being shared far and wide beyond the taxpayers of the United States. It's just a weird comment.
What does that have to do with anything? That makes no sense to me at all.
She's like doing a piss poor attempt at a campaign launch. That's what it sounds like.
That's exactly what it sounds like. Good call, but
I could say it was to stay offline and turn off the TV. The damage was done. They were already being shared far and wide beyond just the taxpayers of the United States. It was a sunny Friday afternoon in August, after business hours. There was nothing I could do.
It's like Howard Bloomblum, whatever, or James Patterson helped write this because she puts a lot of descriptive stuff in there. For what? Again, why is this flowery? Why are we being poetic? Why are we being metaphorical? That's not what should be happening here. It's causing issues.
What once might have been a document viewed briefly in a courthouse can now become an endless digital echo, reshared, sensationalized, and weaponized in ways
I do want to add something.
not have.
yes, sir.
If it was Howard Bloom or James Patterson, it would be written a whole lot better than this.
Oh, I agree. But I know what Jules is saying by her point, though.
Like
This definitely does not sound like something she probably went to ChatGPT and got this, to be honest with you.
she's trying to be poetic. Like
She's trying,
it's
yeah. Angie says, considering she became a rabid lioness at the victim impact, it is. I love your word. This is hooey. I love the word hooey. That's awesome, Angie. Thank you. It is. She's putting on an act. This is not what she wants to say. And this is not who she is, who she's presented herself as. Okay? The world has seen the true Olivia Stevenson before. We already know that this is an act to try to gain what she's trying to gain, period. William Tardy's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. The ability to review judicial documents predate the Constitution. Thank you, sir. Amen. These people are trying to change the Constitution. And we've seen that happen many, many times. Leave it alone, folks. That's why I do what I do. Leave it alone. The Constitution's been in place forever. Leave it alone. We have it for a reason. Snappy Cat, good to see you, dear. On we go.
Imagined. The internet has fundamentally changed the concept.
She's blaming us for sensationalizing things when she's sitting here talking about sunny days in August and how that's just my sister. I don't know what these silly little boys are talking about. How do they not see how much damage they do?
I can answer that. I don't care.
Shared, sensationalized, and weaponized in ways lawmakers decades ago could not have imagined.
Here's my question. With what she just said, you do realize your parents have become content creators, correct? You do realize you have become a content creator, correct? I don't care what platform you're on. You're a content creator. Your parents are content creators. Think about what you just said. Right, Angie, right.
The internet has fundamentally changed the consequences of releasing sensitive materials, especially images of bodies. I know that's hard to hear.
That hasn't happened in this
but
case.
I need to repeat this.
Because
Photos of bodies of our loved ones should not be released publicly.
We know that the one with Xana happened, but we also know, again, it was removed because the laws are not allowing that already. That's why this feels so redundant. There's already things in place.
And again, we didn't do it. The internet didn't do it. ISP did it.
Not letting this happen.
I know you might sit there and think that that would never happen, but the current statute is vague and leaves this open to interpretation of the law, once again placing victims in a position of begging for mercy.
Did she not read her own bill?
Bill 1250 recognizes this reality. It acknowledges that vague language written before the age of instant global dissemination no longer provides adequate protection for victims or their families.
Yeah, the laws
I want to
do
be very
because they
clear
say
about
no.
something equally important. Families should not be shut out of access to the truth about their own loved ones.
No one said you should.
1250 is vaguer than what was already on the books.
So if that was the only thing they were out here fighting for, being able to get access to the things that they're supposed to have access to, getting the reports they're supposed to get, being able to get truth about your loved one,
This is not doing that. By no means is this bill doing what she just said. I think so, Sleuther. I do. Susie666, good to see you, dear. Gail, welcome to you. Kate, welcome back. Good to see you guys today. 159 peeps in the house, guys. And please hit that like button on the way through. But what she's saying, she's right. And like Jules just said, none of us ever said that, okay? Nobody ever said that. We believe that they should have access, full access to every detail of what happened to their loved one. Even before any of us should, okay? Honestly. This bill doesn't do that. Did you read the bill, Olivia? Do you know what it means? Because I don't think you do. Oh, my God. Miss Girl, good to see you.
She's a convenient... She is a convenient figurehead to gain the ability to cover stuff up with vagueness.
I almost wonder if her parents know. It's obvious that she likes to be in control of this situation. She thinks she is, number one, in front. And she's made that statement. And of course, again, Steve has allowed for that. Okay. I wonder if they truly know the things that she says and does before she does it. And at that point, it's too late. I just wonder.
Uh, she's being played by like a fiddle by Moscow. And that's the
100%.
sad part.
100%. And she thinks she's in control of this, guys. You're not. You spoke on something that happened. Basically, the Senate felt bad for people. They That's is what it was. Okay. This has nothing to do with that. This is about you being in control of everything, and you're not getting what you want out of it, and this is a temper tantrum, okay? And again, all due respect to the family, but that's what this is.
And you think you're getting what you want. I mean,
Absolutely.
this is the game that politicians play every single time, especially in election years. They play this game every
Absolutely.
single time. We'll give you whatever you want. Just vote for me.
Right. Welcome, Third Apache. Good to see you, my friend. In reality, that bill is one paragraph concerning photos, and it doesn't appear to be changing anything that isn't already in place. Right. To that
It just
extent.
it just makes things more vague.
That's all it does, and it's going to, in my opinion, the reason I don't like it is because I feel like it's going to open the door for other things to go into action, and that's where I get nervous about it.
I mean, my thing is the vagueness of it. It doesn't it with laws like that. Whenever you're creating a law, you have to be incredibly specific,
Right.
or else it's going to be used for nefarious reasons.
Every time, anytime. Yes, sir. You're correct.
And so in this bill, it's got to constitute what is about what part of the scene begins and what part of the body ends, because
Right.
i- in because what Idaho would be able to do in theory with this bill is show nothing from the bedroom and say the blood is a part of the body.
Yeah. That's where that's what they're trying to do. And we already went through this before, where pictures weren't allowed to be shown that contain bodies or blood. This is redundant. This makes no sense that they're doing this. Welcome, Blue Eyed. Good to see you today, dear. She has this attitude now from her blowing up the internet, from her speech to BK at hearing, where she lied also and said how BK was a pedophile, yes, and also assaulted the girls, which was a downright lie. Yes, it is. That's what happened. She got applauded for that and given that big push of ego, whatever you want to call it, and now thinks that she can do all of these things. In my opinion, I agree. Yes, I am with you. Sluther says I'm embarrassed for her, but we're the dummies. She is her father's daughter. Amen to that one. Amen to that. William says I have seen worse crime. Yeah, me too. I said that before, William. And we have, guys. If you watch Forensic Files or any of them types of shows, we've seen worse crime scene photographs there than what we've seen in this case. That's a fact. What a mess. Melissa, welcome. Not to sound rude, but why are they any different than Nicole Brown Simpson, Kobe, or Gianna? Did not see Kobe, but you can read. Yeah. No, I agree with you, hon. I agree. And fizzing around, says not to be too graphic, but does that mean in Idaho that they are going to start charging guys that want it and flush or and like flush the after effects or something? Which I mean, I understand what you're saying. I know what you mean. I get it. I do. I get it. Micro dot. Good to see you. Micro says hello everyone. She's doing this for her sister. Yet Kay's situation is not listed until number 23. She was jealous of attention to Kay in life, yet she wants forever attention with this bill. You're good point. Good point, Micro. And that was a thing. That was a very big thing, I remember. So, Witchy says there's a forensic file of my aunt's murder case with photos of the bite marks on her body. Oh, I've seen worse, way worse. Welcome, Leah. Good to see you, dear. Um, on we go.
A victim of any sort of case, Awesome. Yes, I agree. No one should ever lose anyone that they have the ability to be some sort of voice for, their parent, their sister, their brother, their child, and be immediate family and be completely closed out of anything and given no answers. That's complete and utter bullshit. We know that. But you're arguing for something that's not happening, which is why I'm so confused.
Victims or their families. But I want to be very clear about something equally important. Families should not be shut out of access to the truth about their own loved ones. I want to share something now that I have still not yet been able to articulate verbally. On July 23rd, 2025, Moscow Police Department released 578 pages of documents.
But she still hasn't been able to articulate verbally while she's reading off of a speech that she did months before this. I didn't hear her say that before.
Not yet been able to articulate verbally. On July 23rd, 2025, Moscow Police Department released 578 pages of documents, including reports from the first officers on scene. Nearly everything within these pages was new information to us. No one told us these things. We didn't know these things. Kaylee was described using the following words and phrases.
All facts.
Kaylee was unrecognizable as her facial.
Okay. If this is true, and it is per se, I get it. And I've complained about it myself. They should know everything before any of us do. Here's my question. What does that have to do with this bill right now? What does the fact that the families were not given the information when they should have been have to do with this bill? Somebody tell me real quick.
Cue the
Anybody? Because it has nothing to do with this bill, you guys. Welcome, Miss Girl, Skilla, Tommy Boy. Good to see you all. And Ro. You guys, it has nothing to do with this bill. Okay? If that's your issue, I get it. I agree with you. Okay, Olivia, I agree with you. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about or looking at today. So then you need to take that complaint and go somewhere else with some different thing and make that happen. Not this. This is not Bill 1250 issue at all. Okay, it's not. This. She's going in circles, you guys. And I'm actually kind of worried for her. As a human being, something about her seems detached to me. Okay. I am not being mean. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being real. You're not making any sense, Olivia. None.
Microdot made a huge point that
in the beginning, Olivia said her married name, but with all focus on K, yes, I know. I called that out before, Micro. When this first started, she went by Olivia Stevenson. And then because of the focus change, guess what? She became Olivia Gonsalves again. Interesting, isn't it? Attention.
It's almost like it's not about Kaylee.
It hasn't been for a minute, in my opinion. I'll just say that. She's getting a lot of attention right now, guys. And I hate to say this, but I almost think she's enjoying the attention she's getting. Hi, Norman. Welcome. Oh, we've always called out that she's a drama queen, 100%. I think that's just who her personality is. But you've turned this into being about you now, Olivia. Okay. What happened? This is supposed to be about your sister. It truly is. Okay. That's what we've made it about, is your sister. That your sister deserves absolute justice. And you do as her sister, too. And your parents and the rest of your siblings deserve that justice for your sister. But please don't mistake it, Olivia. This is not about you. It is not.
Even mainstream media has continued to make it less and less about Ethan, Maddie,
absolutely,
Santa,
yeah,
Kaylee,
yeah.
That we still refer this case to the Idaho 4, and it's only on YouTube. It's only on this side of the proverbial aisle,
right?
That we refer to as the Idaho 4. You go and watch, you go and watch Nancy Disgrace and Trashly Band Full of Shit, it's the Koberger case.
Right. Yes, you are correct. And I'll tell you something else, guys. And I'm not one, I don't attack people's appearance or nothing like that. I'm not. Okay. And what I'm pointing out is that if you remember Olivia Stevenson from the beginning of this case in December of 2022, okay, that doesn't look like who we're looking at here. So I have to ask, did you transform yourself into this role completely, physically, emotionally, and mentally as well? Because I'm starting to believe that at this point. Okay. I believe this entire thing has fully and completely transformed her. That's all I'm saying. Physically, mentally, emotionally, all of it. Chris Tat's in the house, buddy. Good to see you. So, just saying, that's another point I'm making here.
The structure was extremely damaged. One female on the left side of the bed, in relation to the bedroom door, had an extreme amount of lacerations to her face and upper body, which made her unrecognizable. One female showed an apparent traumatic injury to her face due to the basic facial structure being unrecognizable. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries.
Mm-hmm.
The mental images created by these photos, by these words, were horrific. My fear of the unknown was further compounded by intense public interest and a very real possibility these photos might one day make their way to the internet. I made the decision to request a sit down with prosecutors and investigators so I could at least control something. I wasn't ready and I didn't want to, but I prepared the best that I could. I was with investigators and prosecutors when I saw my sister. Though I have grown to love them very much, I truly just wanted privacy with her.
That is still just so freaking weird. What do you mean? Why you've grown to love the prosecution so much? How can she just sit there and she's repeating this more than once, like it's truth. No qualms about just putting that hella lie right out there. That's crazy.
I refused to cry and instead tried to.
I want to know what her mom and dad think about her making the statement that she's grown to love the prosecution, who they clearly absolutely detest and hate with every bone in their body. That's an interesting point.
Lighten the mood by commenting on how pretty her toenails were, her painted toenails were.
Okay, so given the fact that she's describing seeing Kaylee's painted toenails, and we know that she was completely covered up with a blanket, and she's then saying that the portion in this photo that had Maddie was completely redacted, was she shown? This is the only thing I can think of at this point. She must have been shown a picture of the girls on the bed with the blanket removed, seeing all of the injuries, all of the blood, all the pools of blood on the bed, but Maddie was redacted. Because she only saw one photo. She said that herself. So it would have had to have been full body for her to be mentioning her toenail.
I'm going to imagine if that's true, Maddie was redacted because Maddie is not her family legally or biologically. So in turn, they can deny her the option to see Maddie. Okay. Because we all know that Maddie is not biologically their child. Okay. Even though they've claimed her. But again, that would be the only way I could see that being that way.
To love them very much, I truly just wanted privacy with her. I refused to cry and instead tried to lighten the mood by commenting on how pretty her toenails were, her painted toenails were, how her tanning lotion made it look like maybe she could even still be alive. You see, I know that these photos hurt them too, and I didn't want to hurt them anymore. I was shivering now, but not from the cold, and viewed only what I felt I could manage in the moment without breaking my composure.
See, it's too poetic. This isn't real. This doesn't sound like real life. It sounds like you're trying to write it for those things that you keep telling us that we shouldn't be paying attention to. You're making it sound like a Hollywood movie.
Desperately trying to balance.
I agree. And again, we know she's married to a Hollywood producer. So there's that. Thank you, Chris, for that. Number one towards our goal, I think. Appreciate that today, brother. Very much appreciated.
desperately trying to find a balance in harm reduction for us all. But if I'm being honest with you all here, all I could really think about was how much I wanted to curl up with her. If they had just called me when it happened, I could have brought her back to life.
Repeating that twice is a choice.
How beautiful she was, and how it was very much so Kaylee. There was nothing disfigured or unrecognizable to me.
Nothing disfigured or unrecognizable to me, the sister who grew up with her, who knows the curves of her face and her hairline and what she looks like, where I can easily put whatever is there out of my mind and see her. Cool. That's not what this law is about. This law is about physical pictures of people that have been killed, bodies being let out there to the public. And you are out here giving a story that makes it seem as if the police reports are false and that she really wasn't as injured as y'all have been coming out here and trying to tell everybody that she was. How do they not see this?
And another great point Jules is making, is that what she's saying with this? Is that what this is all about? Or did you just mess up here with this? Because that's exactly what she's making it sound like when she says this. If you think about it.
Problem that they are the problem.
It was just my little sister. As we went through more photos, I would quietly think of how I would comfort her had she lived. That's just a little scratch, Kaylee. With a good surgeon, it won't even scar.
That's just a little scratch, Kaylee.
It will be okay, Kaylee.
That's what I'm talking about right there, about the detachment. I understand what she's trying to do. You're going a little too far with it, in my opinion, is all I'm saying.
Which is par for the course.
Yes, it is. Good point. Always. It's always the answer when it comes to this with them.
Years have come really far. I'll get them with you even if you want. It's okay, Kaylee. I can fix all of these things.
Please explain to me why this needs to be stated here. This is a personal thing, you guys. This is a personal thing between her and her sister in her mind, okay? Again, you're telling the Senate people, the people within the Senate about this, okay? Please explain to me how this is going to help with that. It's very unhealthy. I'm sorry.
I can fix you. If I'm being honest with all of you here, I just wanted to hold her. I wanted to tell her how loved she was. I wanted to make fun of those silly little officers who wrote those silly little things about her.
Girl, you sound silly as shit right now.
I wouldn't call that silly.
That is crazy.
Come really far.
Really, for the first time in this entire case, I am truly disturbed.
I'm telling you, I told you. I agree with Lucy too. She definitely needs mental health help. I'm not going to say anything about the food, but the mental health, there is definitely, this is a silent cry for help mentally, in my opinion. I'm just telling you. That's how I see it. Okay.
I'll get them with you even if you want. It's okay, Kaylee. I can fix all of these things. I can fix you. If I'm being honest with all of you here, I just wanted to hold her. I wanted to tell her how loved she was. I wanted to make fun of those silly little officers who wrote those silly little things about her. They were mistaken. You are not those things.
They were mistaken. All of these officers that walked in and saw how she didn't look human anymore, because this was such a horribly disgusting crime scene, were all mistaken. Somebody needs to do something about this chick.
Honest
if her
to God,
husband gave a shit about her, he'd be doing something about this little situation.
I agree. You know what I meant
okay.
by, she's screaming for it, guys. I get it. Okay. She is absolutely struggling. And this is not the answer. This is not how to fix this, nor deal with it. And you're not doing it. You're making it, well, she's making it worse for herself, in my opinion. Okay. I understand what she's attempting to do in her own mind, but you're not doing it, hon. You're not doing it. You're making this worse for yourself with all of this. This is something that now that she has said, she's going to this is gonna be with her now forever, okay? And this is gonna be something that is going to just play back with her again and again and again. Um, my wife with her psychology background broke this. It was like, "Oh my god, this is horrible." You know, in one sense you feel bad for her, in the other sense you're like, "What are you doing?" Is the only way I had to say it, you know? She needs help. Truly, she does. And here, I said this long time ago, and many times I've said this. This family never ever grieved the way you should grieve the loss of somebody. They went into action by their own words immediately. As they said, Steve said their other sister, Aubrey, I think it was, looked at him and said, "What do we do, Dad?" Steve said, "You get to work." That's all we had to hear. That is all we had to hear. Okay. At that point, we knew they have never grieved the way you should grieve the death of a loved one. Not once, folks. Never. This is not how you grieve things, okay? You can do what you got to do. I understand you want to know answers and all this, so on and so forth. I get it. I would too. But you have never grieved the loss of your child and your sister. And here we sit with this. This is the outcome of that, in my opinion. This is nothing to do with the bill, Jesse. You are correct. Nothing to do with the bill. This is a personal thing for her and her sister. And you gave it to the world. The world didn't need it, nor did they deserve it. You should have kept this to yourself. This is just this is sad and disturbing all at the same time.
I can fix all of these things. I can fix you. If I'm being honest with all of you here, I just wanted to hold her. I wanted to tell her how loved she was. I wanted to make fun of those silly little officers who wrote those silly little things about her. They were mistaken. You are not those things, Kaylee. You are just my sister, and I'd recognize you anywhere, no matter what.
See? Why are we being metaphorically poetic? Cool, we know that you would. You're her sister. That has nothing to do with what's happening right now. Like, this is wild. This is insane. This is certifiable. Let's be so serious. I wish that they would have called me, because maybe I could have brought you back to life. That one right there struck me like, what the shit?
Very
disturbing. I violently needed to know that the officers and medical staff spoke kindly to her, that they told her that she was okay now, that they were gentle with her, that they took care of her like she was their own sister.
She's dead, Olivia. Why would the medical staff and the coroners and the medical examiners and the police talk to her and tell her that she's okay now, Olivia? Why are you saying all this crazy shit, Olivia?
You are not those things, Kaylee. You are just my sister, and I'd recognize you anywhere, no matter what.
This is so weird.
I remember thinking I violently needed to know that the officers and medical staff spoke kindly to her, that they told her that she was okay now, that they were gentle with her, that they took care of her like she was their own sister. Because what if she was your sister? Those mental images still exist. I can see them now and then.
Flat out
I
denial.
now know that they don't carry any weight. There is no.
What'd you say, bud?
She's in flat out denial.
Listen, I understand why she's saying this, but this is not the place for this, nor the time, nor the table for this, okay? This has absolutely nothing to do with the outcome of what 1250 is going to provide. Okay, I get it. And she's relating to respecting the dead when the bodies are removed, when the people are on scene with it. I get all that, guys. I've done that. I am that, okay? 100%. She is attributing her emotional status to this bill. That doesn't fit, okay? It doesn't fit at all. This is not the table for that.
I want to know who's pushing her to do all this. She's being pushed by somebody to do this.
I don't think so. I think that this is her. She said before.
I mean, actually pushing for the bill.
Oh no! I mean, this girl said a long time ago when all this went down, she took charge of the situation, which I'm sure she loves. Okay, that she loves being in charge. She does love the control. We know that about her. That's her personality. I think she just took it too far at this point. The way she's handling it, the way she's doing it, um, that's what she's doing is taking, I need to have control of everything, and I will. She just doesn't know how to do it, guys. That's what I feel. She took and she brought her emotional being into the situation, and it doesn't belong. It just doesn't go with this at all. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Truth to that.
The images that I got from the damn police reports are still in my mind, but now that I've seen some redacted ass photo, just the one that I could handle, I know now that all of those reports are lies. But we don't want you to know that. So we're going to also put a law out there that doesn't let you see the bodies, so that while I'm telling you that the officers are freaking lying out all of their asses, I'm also going to tell you, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, you can't see this. Are y'all understanding what's happening here? Like, they're teasing that there's an issue and a problem while saying, too bad, we're not going to let you figure it out. I hate this case.
Only fear. I don't know how I would be coping today without that distinction. I'm not a spectator.
I don't know how I would be coping today without that distinction. Again, further doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on the fact that the reports and the damn photos of the dead bodies don't match. What are you doing, Olivia? That's insane.
I am not an outsider. I will carry Kaylee and Maddie with me forever, here on Earth and for whatever comes after. Protecting sensitive materials from public exploitation while preserving appropriate access for families is not contradictory. It is a compassionate balance. It says that Idaho understands two truths at once: that technology has tipped the scale of harm, and that families should never become collateral damage in the effort to protect it.
Stop lying,
to prevent
man.
it.
You're making yourselves collateral
I
damage.
speak today not only for my sisters, but for families who will walk into courtrooms years from now, families who don't yet know their lives will change overnight. They deserve laws that anticipate their needs, that reduce harm, and that reflect compassion alongside accountability. We cannot rewrite what has already happened, but we can decide what happens next and who the system is built to serve. Senate Bill 1250 does exactly that. I respectfully urge your support. Thank you.
Wow.
Just crazy. Like, actually freaking told her that he was signing Bill 1250. It would become law on July 1st, 2026. So what this means is that photos of decedents' bodies will never be released to the public. It is no longer part of being public record, and it cannot be FOIA'd. Families and family only may request these photos. And then one of her, of course, it's FYP because they have to have all of the attention, right? But then one of the freaking hashtags is sad day for trolls, because they're immature little children. Pathetic. But okay, again, a redundant rule that it didn't have a damn thing to do with anything that was going on here. Now, what's going to play next is the interview that...
Yes, sir.
I do want to point one more thing out on those hashtags.
Go for it.
The hashtag win for the victims.
Right.
I'm gonna be very blunt here. There is no winning for them. There isn't. To say that covering up or assisting in covering up what actually happened on 1122 King Road on that November night is a win. Is coming from the families of victims who have told you over and over again justice has not been served. It is insane.
I agree. You are absolutely right, sir. And DK says, when a person is in grief, you should never make major decisions. And it seems this family did not stop to grieve. I've said that a million times. They never did. Making major decisions while grieving can be determined to your mental health. No, detrimental. I know what you're saying. Absolutely, yes. And like Lucy said, the families have to wait for images until after appeals, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Yeah. It didn't help anything. I agree with that. I absolutely do. Um, this makes no sense. It just makes no sense.
I mean, best case scenario with this bill, it's just grandstanding, and
Yeah.
that's the best case scenario.
Right. And there was no justice for these victims. There still hasn't been, and there won't be until some truth is released on this. And that's all we've been trying to do. And we only look at the images that we look at to try to understand the crime scene. I don't want to see the pictures of their bodies. I have no reason to look at that. Okay. Other than, I mean, if I did, it would be to look at the injuries to justify the injuries we were told are real. That's it. I'm not looking at this because I enjoy it, folks. I have fucking PTSD from looking at this shit my whole life. Okay? That's not why I do this at all. I want to find justice and truth for your sister because I'm sorry you don't see it, but I do. There hasn't been any. There hasn't been any. They died for no fucking reason whatsoever. And the person that did it has not been taken under custody, into custody for it yet, in my opinion. Okay? That's why I'm here. This is insane to me.
And because of the handling of the crime scene and all the shit that happened there, the killers will never be brought to justice for the four.
Of course not. Of course not. And please excuse my language, but this pisses me off, guys. That's all I've ever wanted. All I've ever wanted for this is real justice and absolute truth. Nothing more. Wade says, do you all think that originally they were fighting for photos surrounding the bodies, but now the city can use the excuse the bodies are there to not redact only body? I didn't quite understand that, Wade. Sorry. This is just makes no sense. It doesn't. But I give a little bit of grace because of the grief that they never got to, deal with. But Jesus.
And, other states.
I think it has ramifications for other states, particularly, I mean, unfortunately to say this because it does.
She's like dead inside. Look at her eyes. I'm not accusing her of like being on things, but like, what is up with her? This is going past Ozempic. It's turning into like the Kelly Osbourne situation. How like something's cognitively not okay. The more weight that you see goes away, the less alive the eyes look. I understand she lost her sister, but this is like, there's something else happening here, in my opinion. Look at her. She doesn't even look awake. She doesn't even look like she's present.
The high profile nature of this. I think this is a wake up call. Steve, just to be clear, what exactly does this law limit from the public record? How does it work?
As I understand it, this is mainly Olivia's bill that she's been working on, and I've been on the sidelines for this one. But it protects crime scene, the gory body. It protects that. It basically says it's still going to be used in the court of law.
I think I'll pull the Jesse Weber episode. It's a little bit echoey and stuff like that. Plus, I want you guys to watch Jules, the full video for her. But I just wanted to point that out with the original one, and I'm going to pull the other one too. But this is so far off base for what their goal is. I don't understand. They don't seem to understand as how I see it. Does that make sense? What I just said. They don't seem to understand what they're doing themselves is how I see this now. I know that sounds stupid, but does it?
I mean, they're swinging in the dark. They're just randomly swinging at things in the dark. And Olivia's got the same look in her eyes that you see from the celebrities who have gone through it, so to speak. Like,
I can agree on that.
She
doesn't look healthy. I'll say that much. At all. All right, here's the other one I was going to show you guys. This way it doesn't have all the. It's okay, Micro. Thank you for being here. All right, this is the other portion. It won't over echo and all that stuff. But this is the other side I wanted you guys to see of this. I just was going to run it together because we were already with Jules, but that's all right. And please, guys, make sure, please. And I'm going to show you something on this after the fact too. But please make sure you guys have subscribed to Jules. Show her some love over there for what she's done, and put together. Hit the like button and hit the notifier that way you don't miss anything. But here we go.
Right? What did he say? Personally, right? What did he say? Governor called you personally, right? What did he say?
He just said, he was really happy to be able to start enacting this change. And, it was long overdue, not personally for this case, but just for victims' rights in general in Idaho and, other states.
I think it has ramifications for other states, particularly, unfortunately to say this because of the high profile nature of this. I think this is a wake up call. Steve, just to be clear, what exactly does this law limit from the public record? How does it work?
As I understand it, this is mainly Olivia's bill that she's been working on, and I've been on the sidelines for this one. But it protects crime scene, the gory, the body. It protects that. It basically says it's still going to be used in a court of law and all that. It's just not something that gets released to the general public. Freedom of Information Act. There's certain things that are just not evidence, and that's kind of what we're taking. We didn't even have a court case. It was a plea. So we see that this is something that is like common courtesy for a family that might do something like this. That we don't drag us through this.
And Olivia, to be clear, if a family wants to request the photos for whatever reason, they could still, but is there some limitations to that?
So it goes with the familial hierarchy. So it's surviving spouse, adult children.
One of the things I don't quite understand on how this works either, maybe because I don't know much about that stuff, but she lives in California. She was pushing and supporting this bill from California for Idaho. That's the part I'm kind of a little lost on. So just know that too.
And I don't understand why Steve G is in this interview at all.
Being that he's on the sideline, right?
Yeah. Why is he asking? Why is Weber asking Steve what the bill does? Olivia's the one that's
no idea.
No
idea.
I went to college in this field, and if I was running this show, Steve G ain't getting a phone call about this bill.
Right. Here's the problem, folks: is do you not believe, Dylan? I'm sure you'll answer this the way I think you will. Do you think crime scene photographs should be considered evidence?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify that, as do most everybody else in the world. The way these things are explained is all I'm saying.
But yeah,
parents, siblings, grandparents, and it has to go in that order. They can't jump the line, but there's no limitations on, getting access to those records.
Olivia, were you getting pushback? Was anybody saying, I don't agree with this, I think this is a problem? Because I imagine the argument would be, critics would say, hey, listen, the public, news, we have a right, public access to all details about this.
That makes sense right there. Because Steve's the one that lives in Idaho. There's your answer, buddy. Still doesn't make sense, but yeah, that makes sense, Busy.
Still, though, if we're talking about the bill, then, and especially for media, which is should be completely irrelevant to what states do in this particular case.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have Steve G at all in this. You would just be talking to Olivia. You have three people on, and one of them's completely irrelevant. You're just wasting space and wasting time.
No, I agree with that, and I do have to agree with Witchy's statement here. This family will attempt to carry this bill to the federal level, to that Scottish bill and all that other kind of stuff. I can see that. Yeah. This is just a stepping stone, folks, in my opinion. If they can get this to happen, guarantee you the power that this is going to give them to do other things. Watch. Just watch.
This case, no matter what it is. Were you receiving that kind of pushback? And what would you say to critics who say that?
Yeah, so I actually have to give credit to Senator Wintrow. She worked amazingly hand in hand with the press actually to make this a very smooth transition and to make it so that this isn't about a lack of transparency. This is about protecting dignity. And for those who would have a problem with this very uncontroversial bill, I would say that maybe you should just reconsider why you feel entitled to view photos taken during a death investigation of a dead body.
Yeah.
And you see how she boxed that in, right? You guys notice how she boxed that in. Reconsider why you think you need to see photos of a dead body. That is not at all what we're trying to do. Not at all what we're trying to do. This is beyond. And then she says uncontroversial. That's bullshit. Okay. This is very, in my opinion, severely controversial. Okay. Here's the problem. Once again, you trust everything that happened in your sister's investigation? Because I know you don't. So that's why we want to see certain photographs, okay? Because we don't either. And we want to understand that there's too much corruption that is out there. And if you think that there's not, you need to go get your head checked. Period.
And I think that's a really good point. You weigh what would be the value of that, right? The public's access to knowledge about our criminal justice system or a case versus what.
Well, and Jesse has to say what he's scripted to say, but what's going to happen when people like Nasty Disgrace and Jesse Weber, Court TV, Law and Crime, and all these other and Trashley Smashfield can't get a hold of these photographs or any of this stuff to be able to bring forth their stories on their channels? How's that going to work out for you? Since you're supporting this. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Pine Norman, for that super sticker, my friend. God bless. Love your pup there. Very cute doggy there. And this dignity. Thank you, Susie. No, you completely lapsed over top of that, sweetie, when you said that word, because that ain't nowhere near where you're at with this. Just saying. Thank you, Meg, for
And
that. Go ahead, bud.
on top of all of that, it is going to make those crime scene photos worth so much more for being leaked.
And
This
that's
is
what's
gonna
going to happen.
this is going to encourage corruption. It's only going to get worse. We've seen it over
Yes.
and over again, and I'm going to use the same example that Jules used. Just because you ban guns doesn't mean there aren't guns.
Oh, it's going to happen. People are going to pay out the ass for it, but it's going to happen. Can I ask another question? Why did they not make a big deal about the Discover leak that happened? Like this? There was a huge leak that happened in the trial or before the trial. And there's supposedly an investigation into that. Why didn't they make this big of a deal about that? It
Because
makes
it
no
doesn't
sense.
fit it doesn't fit the narrative.
It doesn't pertain to them. Just saying. Just saying. What'd you say, Tandy? It's been said Dago doesn't reach. I do. I always follow my chat. I pay close attention to it as I can when I can. So I definitely don't ignore my chat. Thank you. Agape Love, welcome. These photos will be shown during civil trial. Yeah, they will. 100%. Are they going to complain about that? No. Let's see, everyone. Hey, I met this. Good to see you, Dago. Olivia has a not so nice past when Kaylee lived with. Oh, I know. I know. Trying to process their guilt for alienated issues. I wonder myself if there's a bit of guilt behind this. I do agree with that, Amethyst. Nothing half-assed in the house, Miss Fancy Grace. Good to see you, dear. Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like there could be some guilt behind this. I do. Baby Ames. Good to see you. Good to see you. And that's it right there is the answer to my question. It doesn't go with their narrative. That's right, Meg. That is right. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And let's see. Because they can say horrible things about us and the Coburgers, but we are all to obey. Amen to that one. Bow down. That's right. Bow down. We got Jenny. What, peas and carrots? Good to see you, Jenny.
Still haven't
And
watched
Miss
that movie.
Paula. You got to see it, buddy. It's a good movie. You'll laugh when you hear the parts that I've said, I'm sure. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Be careful, tomboy. All right. On we go. Enough of my mouth.
Exactly you're asking for. Steve, I want to bring it back to your experience, your family's experience, for people who don't know. Why was this so important to you? What happened? What did you go through that you thought it was important for you and Olivia to go through with this and push for this? What happened with your family with respect to this case?
Well, there was times where we weren't sure who was defending us and who we were going after. And we reached out to our legislators and we just thought to ourselves, we got to make it better than this. The system shouldn't be set up in a way that a family has to go through so many.
Explain to me what he just said, how that has to do anything with Bill 1250. Can anybody once again tell me how it has anything to do with this bill? Oh, yeah, I do remember that too. Daniel from Drunk Turkey saying he saw crime scene pictures. I do remember that clearly. Good point, Lucy. That was a long time back. So, once again, this has no bearing on this bill, what he just said. And I get why they should want that. That's fine, but it still has nothing to do with this bill. Oh, I know. I know what you're saying. I do with the hat. I get it. This is nuts. Nuts.
Attacks in so many different angles. And we found some people that really did want to help. And they want to work with people. And it really worked out. And
Steve, apologize. There's a little bit of ambient noise. We're going to try to work that out on your end. Olivia, I'm going to toss it back to you. Two questions for you. Are you now going to try to advocate and push for this in other states like we talked about? And B, is this very difficult for you to be a part of, right? This is an incredibly difficult chapter in your whole family's lives. And yet pushing for this, I wonder if it brings up the trauma, brings up the hard memories of what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. So to answer your first question, I would love for this to be adopted in any state that doesn't currently have protections over decedents' bodies. Some states do, but most do not. And I would say to the legislators of those states, if it can pass in conservative Idaho unanimously, it can pass in your home state too. And I would also say, on a case like this, it's better to be proactive than reactive. And it's better to try to reduce the harm before the harm has happened. And then to answer your second question, yeah, it's always really, really hard to, I think testifying is the hardest part. When you're really trying to help people understand the importance of specifically why families should have access to these photos. That's mainly the hard sticking point. And it's difficult to remember seeing my sister and the feelings that happened. And it's always difficult. And I think it's always going to be, but it's worth it when maybe I can avoid this happening to the next family.
That's a good point. By the way, Olivia, how are you doing? How are you doing right now? How are you and the family doing?
Oh man, my favorite question. We're all doing fairly well. Yeah. New beginnings, fresh starts. We're all doing well.
Steve, I want to turn it over to you. I don't care if you're echoing or not. I want to still hear from you. How are you doing? What does this mean? The fact that this is now moving forward. Talk to us about it.
Can you hear me?
I think he froze. It was the question. He didn't want to answer the question. It's okay. Olivia, I'm going to go back to you on this. Again, I know this is an incredibly difficult moment, but I think that this is a very powerful moment. And I'm curious if you've received, again, from other victims' family members who have gone through this, have you received any support for what you're doing?
Yeah, I think that members of this community, it's a group that no one wants to be a part of, and somehow we all kind of conglomerate together. And for example, someone who worked on this bill, Alan Hodges, he lost his daughter to a seizure. It still was a death investigation, though an accidental. I had a long talk with him today, and it's just kind of, it's sad how many overlaps there are in these gaps. But it's nice to know that, you know, we aren't alone, because sometimes this road feels really, really lonely.
Well, I know you have a lot of support nonetheless, and you're doing important work. So Olivia and Steve, you're out there. Steve and Olivia, thank you both so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us. Have a good night.
You too. All right.
Thank you for watching.
This is a shame. This is doing nothing, in my opinion, to help within anything that happened. Now, I want to show you guys something real quick, okay? That interview we just saw was from 2 days ago, right? I'm going to take you guys to January 6th of 2023. And there's a reason I'm showing you this is old. Are you still here, Dylan?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. So listen to what we see and hear here. I want to see how many of you in the chat catch this. I can almost guarantee about 5 people, I guarantee will catch it right out of the gate.
Going over a case that had to do with 2 people that I cared and loved.
Sorry, it was jumped ahead a little bit.
Mother and father of Kaylee.
All right, everybody. My deepest apologies for this. Okay. I'm so sorry. I couldn't help it. So please don't be angry with me.
Unforgivable.
Close your eyes if you have to. I know it's hard. Just saying.
Gonzalez, they've been patiently waiting by. Their attorney, Shannon Gray, is also standing by as well. And thank you, all of you, for doing this and giving us this opportunity to touch base with you. I know this has got to have been one of the most difficult days of your life. Steve, let me begin with you. Your reaction after laying eyes on the person accused of doing this horrendous crime against your family.
I just looked at a guy that looks like a normal, everyday, kid. I mean, I didn't see anything there that caught my eye. I just was overtaken by the fact that I was in a courtroom going over a case that had to do with 2 people that I cared and loved about. It was a little bit unreal, but I was just overtaken by the moment.
Christy, I can imagine that is an understatement, being overtaken by something. You're in a club no one ever wants to belong to. There are so many others across this country who have been through what you've been through and say the same thing. It's unbelievable. They're numb. Does that sum up how you felt? Can you tell me what you thought?
I expected to feel just this immense amount of hate. And I'm sure that will come. I think that I'm a little bit in shock still. But looking at him, I just felt nothing. I mean, I just looked at him like, and I couldn't take my eyes off of him, his every moment. And I just could not believe that he has done what he has done. And I had a sick feeling for sure. It was very emotional. But on the other hand, I just was numb.
I expected him to be a bigger monster and a more intimidating.
I mean, I'm like, this is the guy?
Yeah.
This is the.
Isn't that interesting how they're pointing out what we've been pointing out? They expected a bigger monster. Well, because that was what was created. I'd love to see their reaction to the DMV video of Brian, but that's one point I make that is there. Were you going to say something, buddy?
I mean, it I don't understand the turn from him.
Thank you, baby.
It doesn't add up. You
This
don't
is what
just
I'm showing. I'm showing you this, yeah. But this is partially as where we're at right now, and here he is with his hat on again. There's another thing, but that's that's the thing. Um, I know you know, Lucy. I figured you would immediately, but as a few others too. Moto's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Good to have you here today, buddy. Um, it now their reactions and what they don't believe it's Brian. Hmm. Interesting. Just keep listening.
Guy that
Are you
murdered our daughter.
Are you going to be okay with continuing these court hearings? Are you going to show up at all of these court hearings? This is a lot. It's a lot to process. Before this, you were just parents of a, couple of really great kids and living the American dream. And now there's this new normal in your life.
I think we'll lean on the prosecutor to tell us if the information is going to be to a level. Like I've already told them what I'm comfortable with hearing about the family house. I don't want to hear any of the gory details. So there'll be certain days that we're there and certain days that we check out,
We have Shannon that will keep us in tune with that as well. And we have other family members that will be going on some of those harder days. They feel that they can be there because we know it's a long road, but and it's a drive for us. But we'll do it every day if we have to. We just don't want to do the bad details.
There's there on the screen. There are pictures of Kaylee as you're talking, and I'm always struck by how much she looks like you. Absolutely stunning.
You.
Just such a beautiful girl. Indeed.
Yeah, we didn't look like that. Mama's girl.
She looks like you, Steve. She's got some of you too. I just wanted to get a sense from you about justice. What is it? What does it look like for you? I mean, you're just starting this process.
For me, it's going to look a lot like an end. I mean, justice doesn't have a room where you can read books and you can go to school and you can have 3 meals and you can have your vegan diet. To me, that's not justice. Justice is when you leave.
This is from January 6th of 2023. Okay. 3 years plus ago. Thank you for that. Nothing have asked. Hold on, guys. 1 second. I just want to check this real quick. Hang on. 5 memberships dropped in the chat today. Awesome. It looks like never again ever 423. Wild coconut stuff and stuff. Wild coconuts and stuff. Love the name. Mallory Miller, NF Truth 1, and Cat Spade received memberships. Thank you so much for that, Fancy. You're awesome and amazing. Appreciate that very much. And welcome to the sauce, all you new meatballs. Amazing. Thank you. So I'm trying to show you guys the differences between what we just saw with Olivia and these two, and Steve, as to what we saw when this first started. Real quick with this interview.
Leave the planet, and the whole world is able to rejoice and be glad that you are not there. That's justice, and we will forgive him. We will. We're not going to have that heavy weight on us. We will forgive this individual, and we will, but he has to pay for what he's done. And it's not just our daughter, it's all the victims he needs to pay justice to.
Now you hear them say then, January 6th of 2023, we'll forgive him. We will forgive him. We're not going to carry that weight. Do you think that they're forgiving him? There's no forgiveness in anything I've seen. This sounds like it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And yeah, thank you, Lucy. That's perfect too. Perfect. Thank you. I'll show you that next.
And, that's all I can say about it.
Yeah.
Chrissy, it's always a shock to face the person who's alleged to have committed these horrendous acts and changed your lives forever. If you could say something to this person, what would you say?
I just, I wouldn't want to give him too much. But I mean, I would tell him that, he destroyed our lives in an aspect. Does he realize what he has taken from us, from these 4 families? I mean, Ethan was a triplet. Maddie was an only child. Xana had siblings. Kaylee was one of 5. She was the middle child. She had 2 older siblings, 2 younger siblings.
There you go. There's one point, you guys, like Chris just pointed out. Sorry, my granddaughter grabbed me. That it's one person. It's one person. No matter what, it's one person. And now they're saying, now they see it. They know that there's others involved. They've said it. Okay. They're still stuck on Brian, of course, but it has to be one person. Why does it have to be one person, Chris? Great point. Great question. Why do you see this next interview?
Because it has to be one person because of the lawsuit.
Uh-huh. Thank you. And that's now, though. Even then, it had to be one person, but that's now. But yeah, that's part of it. There's no way in hell they have forgiven him, nor will they. Here's the sad part. I'm gonna say this. This is my opinion, of course. I think that this guy right here, in particular, knows in his mind, in the depths of his soul, that Brian Koberger did not do this. Okay, and I think they both knew at this point. It was very hard to imagine, looking at him, that he was the one that committed this crime. 4 people murdered by this guy. Same thing we've all looked at Brian and said. Now, especially after watching the DMV video, watching Brian get pulled over by the female officer. That's the guy that did this, huh? That guy did this by himself. All by him lonesome. They didn't believe it.
In a house that he's never been in, with 5 cars in the driveway, with nothing but a knife and apparently a dustbuster.
With people that he doesn't know. Never met in his life. All by himself. They knew right there. Right there, they knew it wasn't him. They know. Okay?
Just the immense loss. I mean, did he really think? I mean, he did really think about it, which makes it really hard. But why?
And I would add to that if you were looking for cruel girls that were bullies to you through your life when you were struggling, you picked the wrong girls. My girls have been through a lot, and they weren't the ones to pick on somebody that because they were overweight or they were struggling and people weren't. They were actually the ones that stick up for you. So yeah, you picked the wrong person if you were looking for vengeance on some people that were mean to you in your life, and you picked the wrong community. And we're gonna have to hold you accountable for that mistake.
Speaking of that accountability, has the prosecution or anybody from the prosecutor's office discussed the option of a death penalty? Because victims' families are consulted typically throughout the process, and this is an option on the table in the state of Idaho.
We've talked with them. We've had multiple meetings. I think they probably want to do it, all of the families together, before they just approach one. That would make the most sense. But we've had meetings, but we have not crossed that actual
question.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't even disclose just until recently that they were this close. They kind of said that, hey, give us some time. We think we have the right person. We're going to get this. But we couldn't go from that to death penalty or those type of details.
Do you both have a feeling as to how you would respond to that question once the prosecutors put it to you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we know.
We're glad that we live in Idaho.
Definitely.
I'm assuming that you are in favor of the death penalty for this defendant.
If our daughters could switch places with him, and I'm saying Maddie as my daughter, we'd do it in a heartbeat. If they could sit there and have 3 squares, a place to live, and we could call them, we could write them letters, they could watch TV, they could get educated.
I would love if Maddie and Kaylee were doing life in prison right now.
Yeah. So
At least we could talk to them.
that's not
They'd be breathing.
a punishment equivalent to being killed. That's God's role. And if you want to play God's role, then you're going to have to go answer to him.
Do you know if the Mogan family feels the same way? I know you all are very close with the Mogans.
We have not talked to them about that. I was going to call her last night, and I did not. So I'm not sure.
Easy to talk about.
I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that that they will, but I can't say that for sure.
They're very forgiving.
I want to ask.
Family.
It's incredible to hear the words forgiveness out of your mouth, Steve. It floors me. It's extraordinarily magnanimous. You're a very strong family if you're able to be there today, especially on day one of this process, seeing him for the first time. I would love to ask your attorney, Shannon Gray, if I can. Shannon, was there anything in the affidavit you didn't already know about? Are there things that you know more about than the public knows now?
Well, I think there were a lot of things in the affidavit that we had no idea about. The DNA and the sheet. We had suspected some things. The identification, I think we had suspected. But there were a lot of things that, there was quite a bit of information in that affidavit. I was actually surprised there was so much information in the affidavit. But, it looks like it's a solid case. And, I kind of look at the case in two different ways. As a former prosecutor, I look at it as a prosecution case, and it looks like a solid case. And then I flip the hat and I say, okay, as a criminal defense attorney, how would I look at it? And I still have a hard time with the evidence that's been mentioned in the affidavit. And that's not the entire case. There'll be additional circumstantial evidence that will be provided that will make more connections, hopefully, with the defendant in the case. And like they've always said, it's not just a arrest, it's a conviction. So we're hoping that that's the case.
Steve and Christy, when we covered the tragedy that befell Gabby Petito, her father, Joe Petito, said that there were some lessons that he learned very early in the process, and that was to pay particular attention to your other kids because they are going through an immeasurable trauma. Have you had a chance to navigate this with your other kids, with Kaylee's siblings, and have you charted a course forward?
Yes, we have. Our two are adults and they are grown, and we have talked to them, and they know, they can reach out to grief counseling and whatnot. And we are very open, and we talk a lot about it. We cry a lot about it, and that's not always enough. But our two younger children, right now, we're kind of letting them do their own grieving for a little while longer before we start some grief counseling with the church. They have some great people for us to reach out to, and we plan on reaching out to them. I've been talking to the pastor on a daily.
The church? Interesting. The church. I can't imagine the church going along with a lot of the stuff they've said. That's interesting. But hey, just saying. Problem is the report ran on January 4th of 23, days after they knew Brian's name, right? Good point.
Basis, and he has some really good they go through grief counseling himself as the pastor, and he has a team like for teens and whatnot, and he feels that they are like the best, and I trust him. He's a great man, and he's got us through a lot here lately, and we feel that we just don't want to throw it on him, because right now they're like, no, we don't need that, but I don't see how they cannot not need that. They're young, and they're heartbroken, and they're confused.
Yeah, this is their friend and sister.
Yeah.
And
so,
unfortunately, Maddie as well, right?
Yes.
I would assume that Kaylee's siblings were very close with Maddie as well. This is a tremendous amount of burden to try to process for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maddie was very kind and had been a sister to them for so long that it was just, we took for granted that she was there and that she would always be there. So yeah, it hits everybody a little bit different, and you have certain memories that you tie to certain individuals. So it's my girls miss them both, and my son is torn. it's something we're going to have to work together. We're not very good at this kind of stuff, but we're going to have to figure it out.
Yeah, we're not, and it's not something you want to be good at. But
I'd like to,
as a
Great
family.
question.
I'd like to introduce you to Joe Petito. I think it might be, helpful just in terms of
advice from somebody who's been there for a second. Yeah, we're not.
Be pleased to do that. Shannon, we'll speak after the program and I will connect all of you together. I do want to ask you, Steve, about some of the information in the affidavit. It seemed as though the police had their eyes on this suspect within 2 weeks of the crimes being committed. And yet for 4 more weeks, he was in Moscow, he was in Pullman, he was crossing the country. And I wanted to get your thoughts just on the notion that there were so many other people, classmates.
I think it was way sooner than that. I'll say days, folks. I'll go within days that they had their eye on Brian Koberger. I'll just say that. Aquarian, this is from January 6th of 2023.
Neighbors, both in Washington and in Pennsylvania, who may have been at risk because they were so close to him before he was actually brought in cuffs. What were your thoughts about that?
I think we all kind of shared that as a community, that there was a risk of somebody being out there. And I took that very personal, because I had so much weight on top of me. And I knew all these other victims that were associated with my family were being hurt with just overall media and coverage. But these guys, there's no perfect way to do this. And these officers they just did an amazing job. And I was hard on them. And I'll come out and say that I owe them all the gratitude in the world. And I've always supported the police. But it's the school of thought that I come from. Like, everybody can do their best, and they need to come to the every day trying to be the best person.
Welcome to the family, RJ guest. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you very much for joining us. Gotta love it, though, guys. You gotta love this. Interesting, isn't it?
And that they can possibly be. So I won't back off of that. But these guys did an amazing job. They need more credit than they had. I mean, people think Idaho is so old-fashioned and out back, but these guys, they hit a home run, man. That affidavit is impressive. And I'm glad to be wrong. I wanted to be wrong. And I told them to their face. I looked them in their eyes and said, prove me wrong.
For those of you that are just jumping in, this video is from January 6th of 2023. I'm showing something because we just watched brand new Steve and Olivia Stevenson talking about the Bill 1250. I'm trying to show, there's another video I'm showing next. I want you guys to notice things. What we know now, what we see now, and what we saw then.
And all is forgiven. And here we are, and all is forgiven. And I'll say that on camera, and I'll tell everybody, I was concerned, but I was wrong. They were right. And I'm okay with that. I have my person now.
I was wrong, and they were right. Now, you guys remember how he was railing. Now, this is what's interesting to me. This is what I want you to notice. He destroyed MPD and all stoners, so all that mess, okay? Now he's saying that he was wrong and they were right. Then we go on down the road to what happened with the sentencing, the plea deal, and all that stuff, and he flips right back around again. Many times this has happened. Steve G got the BK Ultra on and on. I love you, Lucy. Yes. It's crazy.
We have our person of interest, our defendant.
I want to add something.
We will go after him, and he better be ready.
How
Yes, sir.
how dumb do you think Steve G felt when Bill Thompson came out and said, "Oh, don't worry about the affidavit. That doesn't mean anything."
Uh-huh. Yep.
Like, and yet we get crickets from him.
Of course. Of course. It's interesting, isn't it? Very interesting to me. So here again, I have to apologize. Thank you, Lucy, for the video. But just try to ignore Skeletor and
Jesus.
Orko here, okay?
I want to bring in now Steve
Sorry.
Gonzalez. Steve lost his daughter, Kaylee, that tragic morning. We've talked a lot, Steve, over the course of this last 2.5.
Now let me show you the date on this too. Okay, this is from March 19th of last year. This is just a year ago. So we have brand new footage from them from 2 days ago. We went back to January 6th of 23, 3 years ago. And here we are last year, almost to the day, little more than a year ago exactly to the day, okay?
and a half years. And it's been hard on you more than anybody, just with the gag order and hearing things that make you think there was a chance that maybe Brian Koberger could beat the rap. You saw what I saw. You saw what Brian.
Yeah, and Lucy said, just remember it is Steve's brother in that Nazi uniform at Clark College in 2010, and Christy's brother, Robert, in Hell's Angels shirts in family pictures. That's an interesting point, Lucy. Thank you.
Brian Enton just laid out. There is a knife purchase, there is a sheath purchase, a sharpener, and that selfie and that map. Tell me your thoughts as you see all this new evidence come out.
We've been sitting on this one a little while. I'm glad. I mean, finally. I've always felt like anything coming out of the court that any of the fact finders are going to have to see is the safest thing in the world to show. You know, what could mess this up is a jury hearing all these YouTube people that, like, you know, just make up stuff and call speculation. Speculation is just another word for lying, creative lying or storytelling. But these are facts. So I don't know why we're 2.5 years into this trial or into this process that we're finally letting out the facts. But man, it feels good. It feels good to see the true fact and all
Pointing at something and saying that don't make sense is not speculation.
Say it again, but I only heard what you just said. I didn't hear the beginning.
Pointing at something and saying that doesn't make sense is not speculation.
No, it's not.
That is essentially what YouTubers, the conspiracy theorists, are doing. That doesn't make sense. Make that make sense.
Right?
Oh, you're
right.
just a conspiracy theorist. And then he's like saying, "Oh, a plea might be the best thing," even though after a plea actually came, he goes on a 45-minute interview with Nancy Disgrace, talking about
But
how
you hear what
Bill
he's saying,
Thompson
right? What he's
stabbed him
saying
in the
now.
back.
The thing that he's sitting there, it feels good to have the truth come out. It feels, man, it feels great for the facts to come out. So on and so forth. Huh? You hear him though? Okay.
2.5 years to see it.
The detail is remarkable, and the photograph of Brian Koberger in front of a shower at 10:31 a.m., seemingly very proud. When was the first time you saw that?
Just a few hours ago. You know, that's an FU to Idaho.
That is an FU to Idaho. That picture that he took at 10 o'clock in the morning, the day after the murders, of him after talking to his mom, saying, "Hey, Mom, I'm doing good. I'm here. I'm making it happen. I've achieved some things. I miss you. It's all good, Mom." That's a fuck you to Idaho, right? You need to stop sitting on your brain, Steve. Sorry.
Went into your state. I just killed your kids in their beds, and you're not going to catch me. I'm just going to shower up here, clean off the last bit of the evidence, probably take the shower curtain. Who knows where that's at? But yeah, that.
Oh, I don't know, Steve. It might be wrapped up in his kill kit that you swear to God he had that night too.
That's a challenge to Idaho. So I hope everyone from Idaho is paying attention, and we need to bring everything at this guy.
Were you at all made aware that this massive document dump was about to happen tonight, and that we'd see the map, how many times the white Elantra was seen in front of your daughter's house, that we'd see that photograph, that we'd see the evidence, the purchase order for the K-bar knife sheath and the sharpener? Did you know this was coming?
I didn't know when it was coming, but I've seen some of this footage before I would suspect even the officer's seen some of the stuff. So I know how powerful it is. I know how good it is. I had no clue who I was looking at. I had no clue what I was looking at. I just seen cars. I seen a white Elantra. I seen it come and go. I didn't know what I was looking at. I didn't even know what the time of the crime line was, but it's just hard to sit on the truth for so many years and be told that you need to do everything to help the person who killed your daughter.
Let's say that again. It's hard to sit on the truth for so many years and be asked to do everything you can to help the person that killed your daughter. Does anybody else have a problem with that statement?
I don't even know where to begin.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to help him. And it's like, yeah, it's very frustrating because I just want the truth out and I want people to see what the truth is.
Remember that. I want the truth out and I want people to see what the truth is. But when we see it and we point it out to you, you deny it. Or do you know it? Okay, here's my question. Maybe they don't deny it, but what do you? I think they know the truth. I'll be honest with you, folks. I think that him and his wife know the truth. Facts. That's truly my feeling. Now, tell me why. I'm going to start singing now. Tell me why, if they do know the truth, they're still sitting on what they have sat on, and they're still riding that train. Okay, this is just an opinion I have, mind you, that I believe that they know the truth.
I think they've been told what they think is the truth.
I mean, sure. But do you think that they actually know the truth?
No.
See, I do. I think they do know it. This could be part of it right there. In my opinion, they're scared of Dirty Daddy Green. Okay. That's part of it. I think there's something else, though, because I can promise you they've been threatened. Remember a statement he made a while back. Hold on, buddy. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
I was just going to say, if you're being threatened, the natural response is to do what Bethany has done and pretty much disappear off the face of the earth. It's not becoming social media stars.
Right. That's a good point. I agree with you. Okay. There's something else going on here, though. Scott Green is very powerful over a lot of different situations, not just the University of Idaho. I promise you that much, okay? Financially and all sorts of other things. Now, remember a statement that this man made way back when in the little text message thing between Brat and him about how he absolutely knows that Dylan's a liar, but she's being protected by her stepmother's law firm, and then also states that the Showalter family, somebody from that one of them families, walked up his driveway and knocked on his door and basically told him, you need to look over there or there's going to be consequences. Remember that. Okay? Remember those things that what we've heard about. Welcome, Jennifer Meineke. Great to see you today. Again, I do think they know the truth. To some extent, at least, the truth. Maybe not every detail, but I think they know at least the basis of it.
I think Moscow PD knows the truth. ISP, the FBI, even the University of Idaho may know the truth.
I think they all know.
I think the Goncalveses think they know the truth, but I think they're being lied to and they're biting on it.
Well, I still feel that they do know, and I understand what you're saying. I respect it. I think there's a fear. There's a definite fear as to why they're still riding the same train. Is all I'm saying.
Stop listening to these idiots that think, speculation is evidence. It's not. It's absolutely not. What's coming out of the courtroom right now is evidence. And the fact finders, they'll decide if it's one way or the other, but it's still facts.
I'll go one further. This is some of the strongest evidence I've seen yet since they found the sheath and since they found the DNA on the sheath matched Brian Koberger. I thought of you immediately, Steve. I thought, man, this is going to be good news for him because all you want is a case that's strong. Am I wrong in what I imagined you'd feel like?
Yeah. We were torn when this all happened, but I really wanted to embrace and love the community that I'm a part of. I wanted to say that we did everything right and we got the right guy. But then we just, this whole process, and I don't understand it, guys. I'm just a dad trying to like rage through this to figure out how to get justice for his daughter. No, nothing holding me back. No rules, no nothing. I'm just trying to get the evidence and the truth for my daughter. So that's what I was doing. But now, 2.5 years later, I've learned there's an order of things and all this stuff, but it feels good to show and highlight all the hard work that the FBI did and Moscow Police Department. It feels good to see that, and it's just a little puzzling why we had to wait so long, But it feels like we're finally getting there, and some of these trolls can go find the bridge that they came from and return to it.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Unbiased. That's funny.
Fact driven.
I apologize, Steve. I'm sorry for the actual pursuit for your daughter's justice is getting in the way of your money. My apologies, Steve.
Yeah, I know, isn't it? That's how I'm seeing it nowadays, and it's really how much. You guys notice how much shit has changed in such a weird period of time.
It's crazy because he's going the exact opposite of direction of everybody who's actually gone through the case files, and this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense.
Right.
And yet he's going more and more guilty, and he's pointing the finger, being like, "You don't know what you're talking about. You're just speculating." No, XYZ does not make sense.
Right. Now I'm going to show you one more thing, okay? One more thing. Now remember with the timelines we've seen now so far, the 3 timelines, okay? One more thing, and then I'll stop doing this, putting you guys through this hell of having to hear this creature's voice and see her face and all that fun stuff. I'm sorry. I do love you guys. I know it doesn't look like it, me showing you her face repeatedly, but and making you listen to her, but please forgive me. But it's worth it in the end.
You get to see me flip shit.
Here we go.
And to the Amanda Knox case, and to the Menendez brothers case, and now they've turned their attention to the Idaho student murders and the monster who committed them. If you are really plugged in, you will know that the role of the murderer, Brian Koberger, will be played by the actor Miles Mary, who also appeared in the Lifetime epic Girl in the Shed, the kidnapping of Abby Hernandez. And whether you can or cannot imagine what it must be like for the families of these 4 students to imagine the worst part of their lives will now be a Lifetime movie, it is no doubt surreal when the directors start calling action. So earlier today, I had a conversation about all of this with Steve and Olivia Gonzalez, the father and sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, who was one of the 4 students murdered in that house at 1122 King Road. And I'm going to share that conversation with you in just a moment. But I also want to call your attention to...
This is, again, October 15th, 2025, okay? So we're still in this past year, just so you know.
Interesting little piece of information that just emerged in one of the court documents, a real court document, part of the slow motion release of all those orders and evidence that have been kept under seal for almost 3 years.
We get it, Ashley. Get to the fucking point.
It seems that Brian Koberger agreed to his plea deal, something that wiped out a public trial, wiped it off the map, less than 1 week after learning that his sister Amanda had been added to the prosecution's witness list. Are those 2 things unrelated? Or was the thought of his...
We call that intimidation.
It had nothing to do with anything, period. But, okay.
His big sister on the witness stand
My understanding is that's not even right. The timeline she just gave is not even right. So she can just keep talking to the side of her ugly ass neck.
In his murder trial, more than even a cold-blooded killer.
That's what I thought too, that she was always on the witness list. So it was just shown to the public at that point is all.
Could stomach. I asked Steve
And please understand that Brian Koberger and the defense team know about all of that before we ever even remotely come close to seeing it. So it had nothing to do with it. Once again, Skeletor, shut your mouth.
Olivia about that and more. Have a listen.
And I want to add one more thing on that.
Go ahead.
The only reason why she would be brought up is to talk about Brian's past, his drug addiction, his stealing things.
That
getting
would have
money
been
from
that
drugs.
would have been it. Yeah.
Which is completely irrelevant in this case, unless you
Right.
want to open the door of 1122 King Road being a drug house.
Sure. And Lucy said who they did add was Dr. Christian Westerling.
Whoever that is.
It was a 1,000,000% in 4 days and filed 24 supplementary request discovery, which was seeking all things Molly between the state and the G family. Right.
Conversation.
Steve, Olivia, thank you so much for joining me tonight. Let me start with you, Steve. It seems we get a drib and a drab of information every week or two. I'm just wondering how you're processing all of it.
Hi, you think it's over and then something comes out, you hear about, your phone starts blowing up and all this new information comes out and you just kind of start searching just like everyone else. And it's shocking every time because you think that it's over, but it just keeps on hitting you.
And Olivia, no one knows the shoes you're walking in, right? No one can ever understand what you guys are going through. Everybody processes differently too. Do you find yourself immediately wanting to know what the latest, ungagged information is? Or and you've got 4 children, you're a busy, busy woman.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to get the information as fast as I can. The day that the gag order was lifted, we asked if we could have everything that we could have up front so that we could go through it on our own time, so that we could have time to process that. We're on pins and needles just like everyone else, waiting for that next, drop of information.
What was the reason for them not giving you everything? Did they say they needed to redact it all first? Was there a logical reason?
I think it's mainly the redactions, as well as the prosecutor's office isn't the custodian of many of these documents, right? They're actually owned by Moscow Police Department or the Idaho Police Department. And so the documents that they own, it's my understanding that they're actually held up with the court process, which is going through that very, very lengthy sealing, unsealing, redaction process. That's my understanding.
So as things, begin to drop out, this latest piece of information has sort of come out of nowhere, and it's that a Lifetime movie has been announced. They've hired an actor, and I think the working title is just The Idaho Murders, but it's one of the ripped from the headlines series. Steve, tell me your thoughts. I almost feel like it was inevitable that this was going to happen, but again, nobody walks in your shoes.
It's different, a little bit different because we're used to documentaries, but yeah, this is like a movie. And it's shocking to know that somebody feels the confident that they can just tell your story about your child. And, Maddie, her best friend, the same people that, you interacted with every day, picking them up from school, taking them to parties and taking them to birthday parties and things. And to have somebody else just tell this story, it doesn't seem real. It seems like somebody's just reaching into your house and stealing your life and putting it on the screen.
As new information comes out about the actual case, there's this information about the dramatic version of the case. Lifetime plans to, drop a movie in their Ripped from the Headlines series. They've even hired the lead actor. No one walks in your shoes again. And I'm just wondering what it's like for you to hear that news.
Yeah, it's really angering, honestly, from my side. My sisters they're not a headline, they're not a Lifetime movie. And I get incredibly frustrated at the scripted aspect of it, right? We've experienced this in real time, and it's very, very much far from something that is specifically made for an entertainment purpose. I think that that's the part that's the hardest for me to get over.
Did they reach out to your family and ask for you to be consultants or part of the process?
Oh, absolutely not. No, we have not been. When you saw the article is when we saw the article. So we didn't have any inside information on that.
I guess the flip side of that is, would you have wanted to be, just to ensure as much accuracy in your sister's story as possible?
I personally don't want to be a part of anything that's strictly for an entertainment purpose. So while I would have appreciated them reaching out for what that stands for, I wouldn't have taken part in something that is a scripted, fictional, dramatic reenactment of our and my sister's real life.
Any chance you would consider legal action? Some people actually sue for life rights if they're not paid for life rights.
I think you want to take that, Olivia?
Yeah, I really don't know. Honestly, like, we're not, very sue happy people, and the benefit of that, I don't really know, because it's almost like whack-a-mole. Like you get one down and it, 4 other.
What'd you say, bud?
I said that didn't age well after she said we're not sue happy people.
Sure didn't, did it? Did it? There's many things in this that are interesting.
Now, I get the frustration with the Lifetime movie, and I completely understand that. And I get that it's going to be it's going to be dramatized and all that jazz. But
Right.
having something like that, it is going to be able to tell a better story than what a lot of documentaries are going to be able to. If that makes sense.
It does. It does. It depends on how they're telling the story, which is how I know how they're going to tell the story. We all know that. It is what it is. A lot of this, I'm just pointing out the fact of the point that
bullshit.
that in itself, because it is nothing but
Bullshit.
and so much more of
Bullshit.
that's all, because it's pure right there. Okay, we see them; they talk back on themselves all the time. Okay, we forgive him for we're going to forgive him, and then I want him dead. Then we don't sue, and then this being said, and then that, and then, I mean, this is insane, guys. This is like two different people, two different sets of people. It's insane, the whole thing. Hey, Grace, good to see you, dear.
Others pop up, and it's almost like, where's that line drawn? At this point, we've had how many documentaries, we've had how many books, we've had how many articles. So, while we don't agree with it, I don't know if it's something that we would ever, take legal action over.
My issue with this is that I think they don't agree with it, and I've always said this, and this is my own personal opinion. The only reason I think they buck any of this is because they have gotten nothing out of it. They've gotten nothing from this. Nothing at all. Okay. The movie, they're not getting anything for that. The documentaries, they've received nothing for. So where are we looking at? What are we looking at one more time, folks? Money.
And I want you to take a really close look. She's saying, me, I. And whenever she's talking about we,
You got
it's only
it.
about a family. At no time does she ever mention Kaylee.
Ailey.
And it's also interesting. It's always my sister. It's never Kaylee. And that's the only thing that's been consistent through this whole thing.
Must be the money.
That
Kelly says.
That's been the craziest thing that I've noticed when being introduced officially to Olivia Goncalves.
Oh,
Stevenson.
absolutely.
It's never ever Kaylee. It's always my sister.
She's the queen, bro. She's the queen. She has to have control of everything. You heard her say it herself. Not those words, but every time we've talked about something, she's at the forefront trying to take control. Just say it.
Yeah. The other side of the coin is the true story details. You don't even know them all yet. And they keep dropping, like that video that I don't know why I found it so jaw-dropping when I saw the video of the killer hours after his crime, wandering about his day into Costco, out of Costco, into Albertsons. And I was immediately brought to you, and I wondered how you digested that. Steve?
Maybe that would tell you something, you bumbling idiot. Because I can't ever imagine any killer of 4 people moving on the next day and just living their life in a normal facet like he has. I'd love to see this trash ass piece of work watch the DMV video and have a reaction to that one. Love to see it.
I can answer that one. I can tell you exactly what she's going to say because I've already seen TikToks on it, and I think she might have. But pretty much all the TikToks that I've seen of people who are absolutely convinced Ryan Kober is 100% guilty, they're like, "Oh, look, he's wearing gloves. He's wearing gloves in there the entire time." It's like
in November when it's cold. Oh, damn you.
and they're saying like, "Oh, it's heavy wool gloves." And it's like, no, they're like not even that thick. Like, what are you talking about? And they're like, "Oh, it's to cover up all the cuts and bruises." And I come back with, okay, then where is Brian's blood at the scene? You can't have it both ways. Either either, either he got cut, his blood's at the scene, or you can't. Those two are mutually exclusive. If one happened, then the other happened. He only has the gloves on because either A, he's cold, or B, he doesn't like touching things directly. He's
Maybe
not
both.
covering anything up.
Maybe both. I can't wait. I'm planning to do, if anybody wants to be involved in it, I'd really love it because I want to try to do it the best I can. Of course, I'll probably never be anywhere as good as Atlanta because, it's Atlanta, but I want to do a mock trial here and I want to employ people to do it with me. And I want to point out how I believe it should go down and what would happen. So that's on the books, just so you guys know.
Yeah, and I do want to point out one more thing, especially after watching what we've seen so far of Lana's mock trial. Why even offer a plea if you're Ann Taylor? You don't even
Right.
have to play. You don't even have to play that strong of defense. I mean,
Agreed.
alone
Agreed.
between Hunter and Dylan, was the door open? Was it not open? That's enough to cause reasonable doubt. And then you have, and like Lana's already blown this case 8 ways to Sunday,
Uh-huh.
and the only key person she has gone through so far is Eric Gower.
That's pretty pathetic, don't you think? How sad that is that it's only been that, and already we have the issues we do. And yeah, Lucy's right. Y'all remember when Hitler said that the blood on the handrail / wall could have been left at some other time. Now that we see the wall, what was he thinking? We all know how he thinks. So,
What was it like when you saw that?
Creepy to see that guy, the way he walks and moves. It's just unnatural to my eyes. I could see why a lot of girls could pick up on that vibe very quickly. Yeah, it's just.
Now, what did we just see with him and Christy 2 videos before this where they were saying, I just don't understand how he did this. I don't know how it was him. I can't visualize him doing this. I can't see him doing this. And now we're back to this. And anybody, I mean, what is going on?
It
This is so bipolar.
The powers that be are playing the psychological game with the Goncalves family, and I'm going to go the most innocent route possible. If I tell you over and over again that Alabama's helmets are white, not crimson, you say no, but I tell you each and every single day for years upon end, eventually you're going to break down and say, okay, they're white.
Right. Yeah.
Even though they're still crimson.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. That's him. That's the guy. We know.
Disturbing to know that that was just afterwards, and you want to analyze every action that he did before and after, and yeah, it's hard. It's hard to watch that.
Olivia, I think
It's hard. It's so hard to watch him walk into a store to realize that he has to have a membership. He's not from this area. Maybe never been to one, but this is hard. You know why it's hard to watch it? Because it tells you that he didn't fucking do it, in my opinion. There's no way a man that killed 4 people is out gallivanting around going to stores and doing this and doing that the very next day. I'm sorry. Just say it, okay? Sorry, I'm yelling.
I kind of feel like that'd be something you do before pre-murder, not after. Just
100%, in my opinion. I would have been in hiding, okay? I don't want the world to see me. I just killed 4 people. Come on.
And then on top of that, he was still racking up parking tickets afterwards.
All right. Just like when he walks into the fucking DMV. He doesn't look nervous. He's not looking around. You just killed 4 people. You would think people are looking for you.
I mean, I killed 4 people. I'm in Montreal and I'm speaking French.
Amen to that one, buddy. For sure.
I'm not stopping by the local Costco for a thing of donut holes.
Or some coffee, for Christ's sakes. No. No. Good God. There's not a damn mark on this man's hands. Look. Oh, gee, look, guys. There's no gloves. Oh, my God. This is the day after. The day after. Not 5 days after, like the DMV video, when it was cold outside. It doesn't seem to be too cold outside. He's not even wearing a jacket here, okay? No gloves, bare hands, not a scratch on his hands, not a scratch on his face, nothing. Bullshit makes me sick.
so many people on the outside of your story are so perplexed by it. And that doesn't even come close to what I imagine your family is feeling, that how confused you are by how someone could do this. And maybe that's why we're so voracious for every ounce of new detail that might lend us something. And
that's a great point.
Oh, I hate the dramatization of this. I can't handle it. Oh my God.
Yes, she's a mess. But George, that's a great point. By then he would have noticed the sheath was left and would have been in full panic mode. Oh shit, they're gonna fucking find me. I'm screwed. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go into hiding. I gotta do something, but I do the opposite of that and go shopping at every store I can in Moscow and surrounding areas. Drive all over the place. Come on.
Park illegally multiple times.
Get parking tickets, get speeding tickets, go to get your hair cut, go to the doctor's office, go to work, for Christ's sakes, go buy coffee. Are you kidding me? Yeah, this is what a mass killer does the day after. The very next day after. And again, I'm sorry I'm being loud. This aggravates me to a point that you have no idea of, folks. Like, it makes my insides, I just want to scream.
just wonder, are we getting any further with every little bit that's dropped, even the video, even being able to see him in action? Are we getting closer to understanding this monster?
I don't think that we're ever going to get closer to why, because I think that the why only makes sense
because it wasn't him
in a psychopathic mind. So I don't want to understand his why personally, because that would make me more like him.
Shit.
But as far as, that human need to, want to satisfy something in yourself that provides comfort, I get it. And personally, I think it's because of the gag order and how restrictive it was and how long lasting it was, that essentially they starved everyone out for information. So now every little piece that comes out is, nitpicked and analyzed and overanalyzed over and over and over, attempting to satisfy that starvation that we've all had for so long.
And yet it's not satisfying, at least not to me.
No, you can sit there and look at that Costco video, and I did, and the takeaway is what? Is it more answers? Is it more questions?
The takeaway is that you see no marks on his hands, his face. Just say it, Olivia, because you don't want to say what you saw. Okay, you saw a normal guy going into a store that doesn't have any marks on his body that your sister would have probably at least added a couple to the person that did this, along with what Xana gave, in my opinion, too. You don't see one mark. You don't see anything about this man that looks like a mass killer, but you can't say it.
And to say that she doesn't want to know why is complete and total bullshit. Complete and total bullshit.
What did you say before that?
When she said that she doesn't want to know why,
you're a liar. That's a lie.
Complete and total bullshit.
Yes, that is a lie. I'll say that.
No
disrespect intended, but that's a lie.
It is absolutely human nature to know why.
Exactly. And yes.
And I have some unfortunate past experiences, not to this degree, but yeah, still to this day, I want to fucking know why.
Agreed. And yes, Chris, that's correct too. It's okay when they feel it's okay, and only when they feel it's okay.
As long as the lawyer says it's okay.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, it's absolutely creepy.
I think I took.
Great point, Miss Fancy. Did you see him going into Costco or the other store he went into buying shovels and lye or tarps or duct tape or anything like that? No. He bought coffee. He bought lean cuisine. I mean, vegan pizza. Come on, guys. Thank you, Kim. Very good point. Not a damn thing that a killer would buy. Just saying.
Away. Yes, he's heartless. He has no compunction. He's just done this horrifying thing, and life is, let's get a coffee. But
I'm sorry, Ashley. If that's how we've all made you feel, I apologize that we have made you feel heartless and have no compassion. But you have to admit, Ashley, that you present yourself that way. So my apologies. I guess self-projection's a good thing for her.
But I think, I feel like I already knew that. I just maybe need it reinforced because it can't possibly be true. Like, I guess, Steve, that I keep coming back to my original resolution to this can't possibly be true. Please tell me there's something else. And I don't know that I'm getting there either.
Yeah, when you see that person walking around and the actions that they've done, you want to tell yourself that you'd be able to identify them, that they wouldn't be able to blend in. They wouldn't look like just a normal guy in the grocery.
Gee, that should be there again. There's your sign, buddy. That tells you they wouldn't be able to do those things, in my opinion. They couldn't do those things, in my opinion. But guess who did those things? Brian Koberger.
And you can see that his head's not darting around. He's
not nervous at all, bud. Not even a little bit.
There's not a sting of being uncomfortable.
No. And I don't care what. Jesus Christ, if you killed one person, or if you even beat somebody in a bad sense and didn't even kill him, you'd be nervous. This person accusationally killed 4 people just 8 hours before this, and he looks so comfortable to me and relaxed. It's amazing. Yeah, she's wearing that damn smiley face necklace to remind herself how evil she is.
Store sitting next to you. So when you see it, it just creeps you out and gives you this, okay, this person isn't behaving in a manner that I would expect anyone who just done that. And I think that's a lot of the reasons why we all look at that and say, this just doesn't make sense.
We want to know we can identify the evil that walks among us. And when you look at that, you're absolutely right. I felt for the
Hang on.
Costco greeter who
isn't behaving in a manner, person walking around and you know the actions that they've done. You want to tell yourself that you'd be able to identify them, that they wouldn't be able to blend in. They wouldn't look like just a normal guy in the grocery store sitting next to you. So when you see it, it just creeps you out and gives you this, okay, this person isn't behaving in a manner that I would expect anyone who'd just done that.
That's interesting. That's psychologically interesting. Thank you, Steve, for that statement.
And I think that's a lot of the reasons why we all look at that and say, this just doesn't make sense.
we want to know we can identify the evil that walks among us. And when you look at that, you're absolutely right. I felt for the Costco greeter who brushed up against horror and didn't know it. I felt for the cashier who had no idea who was in front of them.
I feel for the man that lays in a bed next to you every damn night and has to look at you every morning when he wakes up.
The people who were just passing right by with bags full of groceries, that they had no idea how close they came to this monster among our flock, you know. Let me ask you about
Wade Bird made a really good point.
Olivia.
I'm sorry, I had to say that. I can't stand her, you guys. My apologies. I know that's rough, but I can't stand her. Wade Bird.
He like, you go back to the footage. I mean, Brian Kober looks fresh, like he just woke up.
Absolutely.
The adrenaline dump that he would have.
He'd be passed out right now.
Yeah, I mean that adrenaline would be running for hours.
When he finally dropped, he'd have been sleeping for hours. Hours, bro. Scratched the shit, cut up, bruised up, beat up, sleeping for the next 24 hours, in my opinion, because that is a massive dose of adrenaline that you have to go through to do that. So that's a good point. That's a huge point.
And again,
not
this is
one bit of this.
This is allegedly his maiden voyage. This is the first time.
Yeah,
You're
agreed.
Gonna be paranoid. You are going to be everything under the sun. And
I know.
Yet, this is just another. It's just another day in Idaho and Washington.
Yeah, agreed. And I write nothing. The horror, the absolute horror. They're victims. The Costco lady was barely saved. Oh my God! Thank God that they saved her. The shit. I'm sorry, guys. I can't do anything but react to anything she's in. So my reaction videos are a bit weird. Please bear with me. I'm sorry. I can't stand her voice, her face, even the thought of her anymore after some of the stuff I've seen and heard come out of her mouth. She is probably one of the most vile people I've ever seen in my life, and gotta be what the fakest I've ever seen. So just please bear with me. And if you don't like how I'm presenting it, I understand completely. I have no, bad feelings towards you guys if you didn't want to be here for it. That's all. I get it.
Maybe you can speak to this, that the deal was struck, the plea deal was agreed to by the killer just days after he learned that his sister was going to be on the prosecution's witness list. Did that surprise you? Did it give you insight?
Oh, that's not surprising at all. I could see her being all over him. I'm surprised she didn't force her way into Maxwell's place, to be honest with you. She's that dark to me.
To anything at all?
No, I don't really believe that causation is correlation there. I think that the plea deal was a long time coming. I think that probably what had more of an impact.
The plea deal was a long time coming. So they knew ahead of time, in my opinion, as I stated a long time before, that Bill was the pussy that he is and was never going to fight this. Again, my language, please excuse. When I'm in this mode, I apologize ahead of time because I'm in that mode today. But they knew that Bill was a pussy, a horrible-ass prosecutor, and they knew that he was never going to keep his word because he sucked. And he couldn't prosecute this case because there is nothing to prosecute. They didn't have the truth. They didn't have the facts to shove onto put on the table to prosecute this with the right person. Now, the truth being, they probably had the truth, and that's what we know they covered up. Okay, truly and honestly is all I'm saying.
And on top of that, they said on Nancy Disgrace's show after the plea deal that they were blindsided by it.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I don't believe that. They knew what Bill Thompson and and you guys are going to see. I'm beyond grateful to have gotten access to Bill Thompson's cases, past, present, and nothing future, but past and present, and the things that he's done in these. And you're going to see. So as I present this to you guys, where do you see it? This man, this what wants to be a man is a joke. This man doesn't know how to prosecute shit. All he does is know how to manipulate things. So where do you see that when I present those to you? I'm grateful I finally got my hands on previous cases of his, thanks to my source, who's an amazing person.
On the plea deal being taken was the fact that the alternate perpetrator argument was struck down. They wouldn't be able to take that into the courtroom. So that door closed. They didn't have any more to open up. Time was winding down. I think it had very, very little to do with his system.
Why didn't you challenge that, Olivia? Why didn't you challenge the alternate perpetrator door being closed? It has to be Brian. You could have challenged that. You could have made noise about that, but you didn't.
Being on that prosecutor's list.
Steve, what do you think the prosecutors thought they were going to get from her?
There's been a long backstory of things that have been suggested that she, I think that there was people believe that she had seen him with a knife personally. I think that would have been something that would have came up in talking about the murder weapon.
That was a blatant lie. Listen to that right there. That was a made-up piece of garbage that they came up with on their own.
There was people believe that she had seen him with a knife personally. I think that would have been something that would have came up in talking about the murder weapon. Predating even moving out here would be very damning to their case. And I don't think they were able to ever give a replacement for what was missing. So the time was running out, and even having his family and all those people, that probably didn't help to remind him that he was cooked, and the evidence was there, and he wasn't going to get out to be able to go recover any of those things. His time totally ran out to try to swap one for another.
Steve, I know there are so many people in law enforcement and who are involved, in this case, even in an ancillary way, who have so much love and respect for your family and care and concern for you all, and you in particular. Has anyone reached out to you to tell you any information about how he's faring now, months after now that he's been locked away? Have you learned anything that, it's hard to say could feel good, but at least might feel like some kind of justice?
Yeah, I have heard that he isn't doing so well in that prison system that he's in the block that he's at. He's very adamant that he has rights in there that need to.
This is another bullshit statement. He had no fucking idea what he was talking about when he said this. Nobody's told him anything. I'll tell you that right now.
Be respected, and I think he's starting to learn that you picked the Northwest, you picked Idaho, you picked a place where we don't spend a lot of money on people that we throw the key away on. So you picked their state.
I've said that before too. My wife said that, actually, Mallory. One of his routine was to go grocery shopping on Sundays at this time. Seems to me autistic people or others with similar diagnoses have routines and schedules they follow because it's the only way they feel comfortable. You are fact. That is a fact. I'll go get my son to tell you. He does the exact same things every day, in every fashion, the same exact way. And that's how he's comfortable. So yeah, that's a great point, Mallory. The same day, not more than 8 hours after Hitler ordered that for preservation of records, Molly's name was made public in May. That is true. It did not hit the MSM until June. You don't have to agree to display respect, but it's respectful to tell the truth too. Amen.
Hey, now you got to live it. You don't do the crime if you can't do the time. And he's going to be doing the time. And I've been hearing a lot about how the amount of noise that he's making in there isn't doing him any favors.
And my thanks to Steve and Olivia Gonzalez. And my apologies for the audio quality on that. I don't get it either.
Thank you for watching.
We're not surprised. You don't get much of anything. Anyway, so I just wanted to show you that group of interviews after seeing what we saw on the 1250 bill, the differences in how they bounce all over the place. It's unreal, you guys. They're all over the table with this stuff and still have no clue what the hell they're doing. And it's sad. And again, all due respect and nothing but compassion for their loss, folks. That's a fact. But at this point, the respect for the way they've handled it does not exist. I'm sorry. I respect their loss. I respect what they've been through and hold compassion for them in that aspect. But the way they've handled this is very, very highly inappropriate and so ridiculously off key. Go ahead, buddy. I know you got something to say.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. I mean,
they're all over the damn place.
I want to see somebody put up a montage of. You remember? You know how in election years they'll have a candidate and they'll have them debate each other with all the same points, just on the opposite side.
Right.
Someone needs to make a montage of that.
Oh my God. Can you imagine that? We'd be dizzy afterwards. Seriously. I had someone making a comment on my channel asking if I am following the Idaho case and making comments. I'm just a passerby with my opinions only, and that's fine. That is your right, my friend. Guthrie has called out the person that said her family was involved. Oh, good. 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 I hope she sues the shit out of Skeletor. I hope they do. Her so-called best friend. What a joke. What a joke.
There is something else that I kind of wanted to point at as another thing that doesn't quite add up if you want to believe everything. And it kind of points to the knife sheath. As we know, it was found teetering on the bed. And we were told that the sheets were pulled up over the victims by the murderer. If that was the case, then the knife sheath would have fell to the floor. Everything, because when you pull those sheets, everything moves, and with it teetering like that, it would have been found on the floor, not on the bed.
I can agree.
The only way that knife sheath would be on the bed like that after the sheets have been pulled up is if it was put there after the sheets were pulled up.
Well, don't forget that in the beginning we were told that knife sheath was I believe under the right side on Maddie's right side under her thigh and the blanket in between the girls, but all of a sudden it's just not, and that's okay. But okay.
In the DNA that was found on the knife sheath, again, it was so clean that it would have been equivalent to rubbing one side of his cheek to rubbing the other. It was that clean.
I know it's really interesting to me. Absolutely.
Yeah, and then
go ahead.
And you factor in that the DNA, that the touch DNA was grown by computers, and you're assuming the computer is building it correctly. What it doesn't tell us is how many times did they rebuild it to get to a person on where they could pin it onto.
Yeah, right. I agree.
One wrong move and you're going from a person to a snake in Africa.
Yeah.
I mean,
I got you. Miss Fancy says absolutely their loss is devastating. Yes, it is, without a doubt. But You can't willy-nilly make laws restricting others and harming the checks and balances required to prevent corruption in the courts. Amen. Preach it, sister. That is a fact. Yes. The state's own expert said the spatter on the sheath does not match that of the bedding. Thank you. Because it was put there after some of the spattering events. Good point. Then Olivia said there was post-mortem sounds. Thank you. The sheath does have some spatter, but it's so like it's almost invisible. Like you can barely see it. And I just can't. I said this last night. I was talking about this based on one of the impacts injuries from on Maddie, and based on where Maddie was laying as compared to where the sheath was. From my own personal experience of seeing certain things, they did claim that they had to hold Maddie's sternum together for pictures and things like that because there was such a gaping wound were in her sternum when they came down. My guess is if she was in that bed and they took, here's my biggest problem with this sheath spattering thing, okay? Don't get all freaked out. But they took this weapon. They come down on her from above, which gives you absolute extreme force and capability to bury the knife, okay? They came down from on top and went into her sternum and busted it wide open, okay? Again, trigger warning, my apologies if it's a little bit grotesque. The spatter that would have come from that injury should have been like a damn water fountain, okay, folks? And all we saw were tiny little specks, pinprick specks of spatter on that sheet. Explain that one.
And there would be no way to avoid getting blood on anything in the common areas that the killer would have went through.
Not to mention themselves. That person themselves should have been covered all down the front of their body, okay? And I would imagine would have dripped all over the floor too, but this is me. We still have all those questions about how the hell these people transported themselves from the crime scenes outside of the house without leaving anything behind, which we know there was a bit of a cleanup, other than the fact that they all levitated around the house. That's the only answer that makes any sense. But the sheath does have some spatter, but not all of the same that's found on the bed. Very good point. So spattering occurred on the sheath. Well, was that when the post-mortem wounds were made? Good point. After the fact. That's a good point. I like that. Let me see here. Have you seen the shoe attachments for people installing epoxy floors? It's what I would wear to prevent footprints. I haven't. I've seen the stilts. Okay. I can't see somebody being on stilts, but no, I haven't seen that. I'll have to look that up, Maury. Thank you for that. He is doing all right. Quad bypass head oh, sorry. Good to hear. Good to hear. Let me see here. Minimal BK on sheath strap, yet unknown male DNA down both sides of entire sheath. And I'll tell you another thing I feel very strongly about. I'm almost positive they know who that unknown DNA is. I'm almost positive. The unknown male B and D and C and Z H R Y W X, whoever the fuck else is on there. I'm almost positive they know who that is. Okay. I'm comfortable saying that at this point too. Will we ever know? Probably never, but I think they do.
I got a couple of good feelings on it, on who it could be.
Absolutely, I'm sure there's plenty of options to me. Now I had one more thing I thought was interesting, and I wanted to throw out just because I saw this morning, and I was curious what your guys' thoughts were. Well, right, exactly. That's the thing. They were never entered into CODIS. I think that was done on purpose, Lucy. I think they know. I feel like they know who they are. But they purposely didn't add them to CODIS for specific reasons. I think because they didn't want the names to pop and to be in the system at that point. This is just again my opinion. So I want to see them at Othram. Yes. Yeah. Good point. Very good point. Why did BK go to Clarkston to pick up Band-Aids and hydrogen peroxide? I have no idea. Maybe for acne. I didn't see a damn mark on him. Now, I will tell you one thing that I know for a fact that I've seen on him, on his knuckles areas, okay? Brian washed his hands relentlessly because he's a germaphobe. And also the cold weather and all that stuff, it has a tendency to dry your skin and it will crack when you use sanitizer and wash repeatedly. It's happened to me personally. But people will, you're gonna clean it and cover it. But where did you find that info, Greg? Because I've never seen that. That's why I can't give you an answer to that.
He put it. He put in quotation. He put in like asterisk sarcasm.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because people are always throwing stuff like that at me and they think it's real. So I was gonna say I've never seen that. That's new. But any marks that were on his hands, I saw one little mark that they brought to the attention to, right here on his knuckle, and it was a crack because the skin was so dried out from washing. That's it. If this man murdered 4 people, I'm gonna tell you right now, his hands would have been fucked, cracked, busted, bruised. This part of his hand would have been bruised and swollen. Come on now. Similar to lawn aerators, where they have a half inch to 1 inch spikes on the bottom to limb. They'll lift you. Oh, okay. I got you, bud. Interesting. I will be looking those up. Interesting. Very interesting. So we've all had issues with some of these phone calls. Okay. The Jack D phone calls. I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but I'm just covering the things I was talking about. Or that have been talked about. To be fair, you don't know that his hand was cracked from washing. I'm gonna tell you that I do know that it looks just like mine did when mine did that. And it wasn't anything that would, the way it looked, it wasn't a deep gouge. It wasn't an actual cut. It looked like the skin had cracked and was bleeding from being dried out. That's what I saw. I've had my hands look like that. Not even that long ago. Okay. When I get sick, I get mental about it, folks. I freak out. I get like overly, I'm just saying. And Meg, if you are now a guilter, I can put a G before your name if you want. I'm just kidding with you, hon. I love you. To be fair, but they definitely look chapped and red when we were looking at that photograph. So that's what, that's what I saw is what I'm telling you. You're right. It could be from something different, but that's what I believed it was from based on my knowledge. So just saying, you're good. I know you got to call me out. You want to completely try to humiliate me and destroy me as a person and take away all my man pride and all that, Meg. I'm just teasing again. Don't take me serious.
That's what football season's for.
Oh, piss off. Anyway, so I want you to see this real quick and listen to what Mr. Hershey has to say about this because I thought it was interesting. Football season, my ass.
I'm taking the under on the wins for Alabama. I don't know what it is, but I'm taking the under.
All right, guys, let's check it out. And yes, I'm in a rather interestingly good mood today because I got to insult Trashley Smashfield once again. So,
I thought it was because you got to see my bright and smiling face, but screw me, I guess.
Yo, yeah, that too. 100%. Yeah, you got me there, buddy. Okay, real quick here, let's check this out. It's not long at toe.
How is everyone? I hope you're all well, you amazing, beautiful, wonderful people. It's Sunday, the day of rest. Are you resting? I hope you're resting. You're looking absolutely amazing. And I'm going to get straight into the meat and potatoes so you can potentially go and eat some meat and potatoes or tofu and peas, if that's what you're into, or just fish if you're pescatarian. But anyway, let's get into it because I received an email. Thank you very much, Danny.
What'd you say?
I'm a carnivore. Personally.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can smell my grill going right now. That's what we're eating is I have to have my meat.
Because that's going to make up what we're going to speak of in tonight's live. Now I'm going to read you the email and then we're going to head over to Amber Vance and just listen to a segment from her video that we're going to go through later on because
I know that, dear. I do the same thing, and you know I'm teasing you. I love you to death, so no worries.
There's some things that are starting to come out by people who do want to take the time to look into the case and read the documentation and put things together and then compare what someone's saying in one video, like Amber Vance. You can listen to what's actually documented here, and then you can head over to, say, True Crime Forensics, for instance, and listen to the audio and things that is in these videos and actually come to the realization, hold on, they're actually corroborating one another. And tonight, that's what we're going to do. We're going to look at these two videos and see how they do actually interlink into one another, corroborate one another, and this further supports
I gotta
a
run to the
theory
little boy's room.
that this
Little boy's
crime
room. I make
was
that
much
clarify. I'll be right back.
closer to home. I know that's going to upset some people, but again, I'm not completely against the merging of things, the merging of different theories. But if you're someone who doesn't think that closer to home makes any sense, then I have to consider why. I have to consider that you may actually be purposefully ignoring it, maybe because you don't have the balls to run with it, or you're stupid as fuck, or you're being paid not to. See, I said it. But anyway, let's listen to this, right? Did you watch her latest video? Some key documented facts of, there's a name who I'm just going to give the surname, Chestnut, was seemingly having an affair with Maddie. Chestnut is documented having aggressive behavior. He even attacked a girl at a party, grabbed her hair and slammed her to the floor. You may have remembered that they were mentioning there was a tip that was handed in. They referenced someone who had punched one of the females in the stomach. And I'm guessing that that's this individual. So let's listen. So it also says he was banned from the corner club for aggressive and violent behavior. He also drives a white car. Blood found at Jack Showalter's place. He downplayed knowing Kaylee despite CCTV showing him and Kaylee talking one-on-one with each other for nearly 14 minutes. Him and Kaylee are on the CCTV walking together and Maddie following behind, yet he denied knowing her. Kaylee seems to be two other people, and one of the frat statements say he basically ignored Kaylee's text that night. Kaylee tells Jack to come and get his vape pen that was also found in the bed under the bodies. I didn't know this until Amber brought this up in the video. Another massive thing she brought up was Kaylee and Maddie's phone been switched off just after 3 a.m. I never fucking knew this, but it's actually true. What the fuck? Maddie's also on CCTV arguing with someone at the corner club on her way out. You see Kaylee pull her away and out the door. Then we have Adam, the bartender who finished at 4 a.m., yet there's no evidence of him getting home, CCTV footage, despite him living near 1112 King Road. The other footage we have is a white car pulling up gone 4 a.m. Connor Chestnut, oops, said the whole name. It doesn't mean that he's involved in anything. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, or they admit to doing the crime because they're fucked by a state that was biased as they come. Chestnut also drives a white car. Keep that in mind. Also, we know Showalter's threatened the Gonsalves family early on. Jack D timeline, what he says is all over the place. There was an altercation with Jack at the corner club. He also denied having a call with Kaylee that night for 17 minutes. The records were removed from his phone. But all that above, and then listening to True Crime Forensics audio, and it all falls into place. So that was the email that I got. So obviously, let's head over. Let's just have a listen. I'm just going to play a segment. If you're not familiar with Amber Vance, then I would say get familiar. Get familiar and go and watch some of her videos. She is doing a series on the Idaho 4 case. This is part 9. You can see her name in the bottom left-hand corner, Amber Vance. And listen to this.
That Kaylee's sister told her that Jack woke up with 16 missed calls from Kaylee and Maddie, which occurred at 3 a.m. Kaylee had called approximately 10.
Oh, balls. I'd skip back. Just go forward again. Here we go.
On Friday night, not Saturday night, because this is the way it was written. I advised that there appeared to be a telephone call at 2:26 a.m. between Jack and Kaylee that lasted approximately 17 minutes the night before.
So there's 17 minutes phone call, a actual phone call that lasted for 17 minutes.
Some people seem to have gotten genuinely confused at that, but other people seem to be plucking that sentence out of context, trying to say that because the officer said the night before that the phone call was from Friday night. But that makes not a lick of damn sense. Not one time in this interview do they even ask him about that Friday night. Yes, the cop does say the night before, but I've caught myself referring to the night of November 12th and to the morning of November 13th that way too. Because no matter if it was 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. when the crimes occurred, it occurred at night in the dark, even though both of those are technically morning hours. By the time the police arrived and realized there was a crime, it was broad daylight outside. Because there's no doubt, despite that, the night before wording, that.
See, so what she's trying to say here, which is a valid point, is that you're getting into the semantics of it. When you're there in the morning, when everybody arrives and you realise something's happened, how would you refer to the event in a time frame situation? And I think you would automatically refer to it as the night before, because it's the night before the morning that you're actually in. Does that make sense? So I think a lot of people missed that there was a 17-minute call because they believed that it came from the.
Oops, sorry. I don't know how that happened. I think people have gotten confused on this many times too.
The night period that ran up to the day period that they're in now. So that again then becomes more important. But
here is the link for Amber's channel, guys. Yeah, head on over, check her out, give it a thought, see what you think. I've been watching some of her stuff lately as well. There's a link, guys, so check it out should you choose.
Let's listen.
The officers are talking about the night of November 12th into the morning of November 13th.
Thank you, Meg.
But for anybody still clinging to that mainstream excuse that the 17-minute phone call wasn't even on that Saturday night, let me hold your hand and walk you through this, okay? So Jack's ISP interview first began on November 15th, 2022. But the interview was stopped after.
This is kind of important, folks. I've been trying to prove this to people. Everybody keeps getting confused on it. I like how she explains it too. And again, don't apologize, Meg. You were perfectly amazing, so stop it.
Jack's mom got concerned about him not having a lawyer. So Jack then returned on November 17th with his attorney. And they pick up on the 17th, right here at this paragraph 13. After a brief recap of what we had discussed on November 15th, we resumed talking with Jack about his recollections of what had happened on the night the homicides occurred. Jack said that he, blank and blank, got back to their apartment a little after 1 a.m. He said his bedroom was on the main floor. He said he hung out with his friends for 10 to 15 minutes. Jack advised he was drunk. I asked him to estimate on a scale of 1 to 10 how drunk he was, and he said he would put his level of intoxication at an 8 out of 10. But Jack advised he had never experienced memory lapses, had never walked in his sleep, and had never acted while asleep. Jack said when he woke up the next day, he noticed that he had a number of missed calls from both Kaylee and Maddie. There was approximately 7 from Kaylee and 3 from Maddie.
So at this point, up to this point, he has not mentioned that he had had the call. And that's the important thing to understand here. But did the call take place? Let's get into it.
Jack said that he had no argument with Kaylee the night before and that there was no dispute and no one was upset. I noted in looking at his phone records that there had been several text messages the night before between Jack and Kaylee. The last text message was from Kaylee to Jack at 2:15 a.m., telling him that she had his vape and that he could come pick it up at her house. I advised Jack that there appeared to be a telephone call at 2:26 a.m. between Jack and Kaylee that lasted approximately 17 minutes the night before. Jack said he did not recall the phone call and cannot explain it. Jack said maybe in his sleep he thought it was an alarm and he pushed the side button of the phone to turn the ringer off. That phone call absolutely occurred at 2:26 a.m. on November 13th.
So the call did happen. There was a call. So now you're caught in the weeds of was he drunk? Did the phone ring? Did he reach out to hit it, turn it off, and it left the phone running? Is that what happened? That's what you're now going to have to try to, I suppose, get your head round. This depends on how much you trust what is being said by the people saying it.
Okay.
Is it plausible? It's plausible. It could have just.
Nope. Nope. If it went down the way that he said he did it, even if he accidentally answered it while reaching for the phone, you hit that side button on it. And I'm assuming he has an iPhone too, like everybody else.
Right.
Do we know? You hit that side button on your phone, it is going to, and you press it like you would if you're trying to silence an alarm. It's going to hang up the phone, or at the very minimum, you are going, if you're conscious enough to hit that button, you're going to hear Maddie or Kaylee, "Hey, Jack. Hey, hey, hey."
I agree with you.
And
I do.
And it wouldn't go 17 minutes because as soon as you don't get an answer, you're
You're
going
gonna
to hang
hang
up
up.
the phone. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what person is going to sit there and say your names for 17 minutes? There was a conversation. I feel there was a conversation. I've always thought that. Why is it not being exposed? Why is it being denied? I don't understand it myself, but I agree with that. I do. It doesn't make sense to me. Now, yeah, if the other end hung up, it would disconnect. It wouldn't be 17 minutes long. It never would have been that long. There was something there. And if somebody can correct me. I don't know how iPhones work because I don't own one. Thank the Lord. If Dylan calls me, I don't know if it makes a difference if it's an
We
iPhone
all know
or an
you have a flip
Android or
phone,
whatever.
Lego. It's okay.
But so, listen, child. If Dylan calls me and I don't, or I answer and don't say anything, okay? He would hang up. Like, what the hell's going on? What's up? You there, Dad? What's up? What's happening? He hangs up. Okay? If you don't hang up, if the other person doesn't hang up the other line, that means that line is still open, correct? That line is still on and still open. That doesn't make sense. Something's not right. Okay? I'm with Chris on this. I want to see the records. I do. I want to see the actual the call records, the detail to it, whatever. I want to see it. I'm just saying. Unless they see, here we go. Miss Fancy is in my head again. Unless you were listening for 17 minutes. What were you listening to? Could that have happened? Could there have been something going on that was being listened to for 17 minutes?
That's where I was about to jump in on.
Thank you,
It'd be-
nothing, because I've wondered that. Yes. What are your thoughts on that one there, buddy?
I mean, it's very that's the only other plausible explanation. There was a butt dial, there was something interesting being said, and either Jack shut his mouth or Kaylee and Maddie shut their mouth. And I'm gonna assume it was Jack.
Bingo. I was gonna say I think it might have been Jack listening to a conversation that was being held. Maybe, possibly. Who knows? Okay, but at that point, why is he not telling us that? Now, was this this was, from my understanding, this is a Facebook Messenger call, right? Which was facial, like fist to face, I thought, too. So there's another part of that that
I heard it was FaceTime, but I'm not entirely sure.
Right. Right. I'm just curious, but I have wondered if he was laying there listening to a conversation that was going on of some sort. Just saying. That's a good point, Miss Fancy.
Been that what he said? It absolutely could have been. But let's not forget that you've got frantic calls, frantic texts. You've got a 17-minute call. He would have potentially seen that in his call logs if he's seeing missed calls or whatever. I don't, would he have? I don't know. Would he have looked at his phone? Would he have seen it and thought, "Fuck"?
Now,
also, one other thing I want to verify with you guys is that I can't. I think it was in the Bloom book where he makes it a point in the book to tell everybody that the night at the corner club, Kaylee was under no uncertain circumstances, making sure everybody knows that her and Jack are no longer together. Okay, that was a big point that was made. Like, no matter what, that was the deal that night in the bar. I don't know if it's true, but this is based on Bloom, whatever he said. Could this have been an issue that was being discussed between the girls when this call was made, and maybe he acted like he didn't answer, wasn't there, whatever, and they go on talking about a situation, and he's listening to this about that situation? It still makes me curious.
Now, do we know what came first, the 17-minute phone call or the missed calls?
I think the missed call started at 2:24. I think then the 17-minute call is in between that, somewhere before the last call is made, and then shut down. Their phones don't make anymore. There's no more interaction on the phone at that point, which is interesting to me. Okay, with as much as this girl was on her phone that night, after that point, her phone just completely stops. Something was going on starting at 2:56 in that house, and it may be sooner, but something was going on at 2:56 in that house, in my opinion. The call started 1 minute before that awful 2:27 scream. Yes, it did. That's a very interesting point, Witchy. Thank you. Chris says, but didn't the missed call start at 2:26 as well? See, that's what I'm trying to differentiate between. And that's what I was saying. Good point, Chris. Thank you, Witchy, for that. Hold on, I'm trying to check something here real quick, you guys. My apologies. I think I may have the goal ended. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Let's start another one real quick. I got one on that one today on the goals there. Thank you guys for that. Very much appreciated. Back to where I was. My apologies. And thank you, Witchy, for that again. Why did they blur every dang face in the corner club video? It's public place now. Yeah, I know. Good point and a very good statement there, Miss Nothing.
Did someone else have his phone when he was asleep, and were they on the phone? I don't know. But let's just listen to a couple more minutes, and then we're gonna pick this up in the live later.
Same night as the text from Kaylee about coming to get his vape and the back-to-back calls from her and Maddie. Not one time do they mention anything about that Friday night. So there is no doubt that 17-minute phone call occurred that Saturday night. So we know that at 2:15 a.m., Kaylee texts Jack about that vape. At 2:26 a.m., they had a 17-minute phone call that Jack doesn't remember and can't explain. And after that call ended at 2:44 a.m., Kaylee and then Maddie started calling him back to back. Why? What was said on that 17-minute phone call that would cause Kaylee and Maddie to then call him back?
And that's my question. And that's what she's explaining it the best way I think that it needs to be. So they're saying that this FaceTime call happened for 17 minutes. Something was said. It sounds almost to me like Jack disconnected this call. Maybe he was irritated, upset, pissed off, whatever. It sounds like he may have disconnected it. And then at that point, Kaylee starts calling repeatedly along with Maddie, like Jack was pissed or upset about something, which is just very odd to me, okay? If you think about this, the way this plays out, we have a 17-minute FaceTime call, face-to-face. They're discussing something, okay? The call disconnects, and then repeatedly after that, there's multiple calls made back to Jack Decor that he's not answering. He's ignoring. And then these girls end up murdered. What is going on? Okay. All of this together in a bowl don't taste real good, folks. I'm just telling you. I agree with that one too about EWU 100%. Maybe it'll give us something. I don't know. And Maddie took Murphy out. Maybe Kaylee was talking to Jack. That's a good point. That's a good point, Lucy. Thank you. Everybody asked where the hell Kaylee was at that point. Maybe she was on the FaceTime with him. Okay. Something's weird. There is something weird there. And that's a fact. I would love to see the records, Chris. I really would.
So many times, especially when Maddie would not call him for any reason. And not only that, Maddie is clearly reacting to something in her text message. The bro, what the fuck?
Bro, what the fuck? So that's what she says to Jack. After something is stated in the FaceTime call, they try to discuss this whole thing with him, whatever they're talking about. Okay. And then this is stated, which is interesting to me. I kind of like that Amber put this up. Bro, what the fuck? Wake up. What was going on, guys? So this is why I've always had my issues with Jack Decor. Clear or not clear. Do I think he did something to them physically? No. But I'm telling you, I think Jack knows something that he won't talk about.
Fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? What are you talking about? What did Jack say before that phone call ended? But I will say that I do think that Maddie's last two words of that text, the wake up, says a lot. I think it's possible that maybe Kaylee did reach Jack and he was an 8 out of 10 intoxication level and he passed out, or they thought he passed out, or he hung up and they thought he passed out. Or maybe like Jack said, he heard the phone ring and in his sleep thought he was turning off an alarm or a ringer.
This is also something, what you have to consider is what Olivia Gonsalves touched on when she done her speech, which we covered yesterday. She actually referenced directly.
That's my thought too. Nothing half-assed. I think that during that FaceTime call, something crunchy was said. Maybe Jack was in a crunchy mood because he was drunk and unhappy. He still isn't happy with Kaylee because of maybe some things he's hearing. They were broken up, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I think, like I said, he got crunchy with them and hung up and said, I'm done. Have a great night. And then this all goes down and they're trying to calling him back one after another. And she's like, what the fuck, bro? You know? I'm curious. Just saying.
What would have happened had they have called her?
I got something.
Yes, crunchy. I've been told that's new lingo, Lucy. Sorry. Crunchy mood, cranky, crunchy, whatever. Something like that.
What?
Yes. Listen.
I'm like 3,000
as you like to
younger
say
than
so blatantly often, I'm old, so leave me alone. What?
I'm 3,000 years younger than you. I've never heard somebody say crunchy.
3,000 years? Yeah. Keep it up. I'm going to kick you straight where the sun don't shine, buddy.
It's a long line, but I will say though, I as I mention all the time, I always look at everything in this case with the most evil intentions and no slack given.
Yeah, right.
What if the what the fuck texts? They may have cut. We know that they came from Maddie's phone. Did they come from Maddie?
That's a good point. I agree with that. I question any of that, any of the calls, other than the FaceTime. Hell, I even question the FaceTime. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Honest to God, like we don't know that was Kaylee. Only Jack knows who that was, in my opinion. So, yes, crunchy it is. When you're in a bad mood, you're in a crunchy mood. Anyway.
Sure,
good point, buddy. Good point.
And even though we can kind of, I don't know, consolidate that in a different way and say that she was just meaning that maybe she could have changed destiny, if you like, had the circumstances around the situation been different. But to mention that call, when we know that there was calls, we know that they were trying to reach out to another individual, something was going on here. Something was going on. And there's going to be a lot more things that are revealed in this journey.
I agree with that. Maybe the perpetrator showed up in the house and the call ended because of that. Because there again, there's no more activity on Kaylee and Maddie's phone. None.
Well, if that
Something
happened,
happened.
if that happened, then Jack would be calling off the hook, if not calling 911 directly, or
Unless 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 he unless how can I say this? I've said before that I think there's a female involved as one of the perpetrators, okay? And maybe Jack thinks that somebody's beating Kaylee's ass, fighting her, not gonna kill her, but and she's getting what she deserved because of what she did to him. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's a thought. It's been a thought. That's all. I still think one of the perpetrators is a female, though.
I do think one of the perpetrators is a female. I don't think it was the one. I don't think it was. I don't think the female perpetrator was the one that was upstairs.
And that's understood. I'm just saying, just a little thought process here. That's all. Another
Yeah,
little
just
angle.
given the force required to do what was done to Kaylee and Maddie, uh, typical college females just don't have that kind of power.
Right. Exactly, Chris. And yeah, I know what you're saying, but I have multiple thoughts about this and multiple angles. You can't not have them, in my opinion. So that's all.
But I have no doubt that there was a female involved. I think there was, but and it could have started with the initial fight could have started with a female, but the male was the one that came in and finished it
Right.
and
And I don't.
did the real damage. I can definitely see
Sure.
that, but
Well,
I think
the face injuries with Kaylee is what's always made me think that too. The that's like a personal thing, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? That's
yeah,
why I've thought that.
which is why if I was a bookie, I would be putting heavy odds on Jack D.
I get it. Or a girl that's jealous of maybe Kaylee slept with the wrong guy. Maybe somebody's wife or somebody's husband, or somebody's boyfriend. She was kind of moving, and I'm not trying to talk badly about her, but she was kind of making her way around town a little bit after her and Jack broke up. Something new and something she may have messed around with the wrong person possibly and pissed somebody off. Is another thought, but this here,
Eh,
what Juror 13 said, the G said Adam knew that Kaylee wanted to get back with Jack. I think that's their own thought process. I think that's what they wanted. I don't think that's true.
I think I think it will if it was a angry girlfriend, wife, whatever. I think it there would be more of a there would be more signs pointing towards that. Um,
If what say that again, if what now?
there would be more signs pointing towards that instead of it being a complete and total mystery.
Well, understand one thing, I've said this before. This could be two things at the same time, is all
Yeah,
I've said that recently too. So
yeah, yeah.
thing
That's
somebody
all.
took advantage somebody took advantage of a situation that they had heard was gonna be happening. I still think a lot of people were told stay away that night because of the distancing that happened. I truly do think people were told stay away. You don't want to be there. There's some shit that's gonna go down. The thing is I don't think that the shit that went down was supposed to be as bad as it was. That's where I think it changed.
Yeah, because yeah, I can absolutely see that. If you're looking to just send a message and just keep it within campus and not have it go national, obviously you
Of
would
course.
have them
Yeah.
stay alive.
Yeah.
But
And I want to
and
speak on go ahead.
eh, well, you can go.
I just wanted to speak to Lucy's statement real quick here. She says, I do find the statement when Christy made that it wasn't someone that showed up to a party, got mad and did this, that they were all asleep in their beds, but they were not though. And Christy did also say this was somebody that knew them in the beginning until they got to Brian and so on and so forth. And I'm never going to let that go. Never that she said that. And also Northington said the same thing. And other people have said the same thing. So there's just that. I'll leave that there. Go ahead with what you're going to say.
Yeah, I mean, as far as that goes, I've mentioned this before, and I did a whole video on it. The only way we get what happened in Xana's room is if somebody that they knew and trusted.
Right. Yeah.
That's the only way we
That
get to
makes
what
sense.
we got to in Xana's room. Now, who it was, I don't know. Now, Kaylee's, it could have been just a straight up somebody bolted up the stairs and surprised the shit out of them.
Yeah.
It could have been that. That is a bit more logical, but you somehow got to get Kaylee over to Maddie's room.
I get it. I get it.
So,
And yeah, I agree with Chris too with this, that they're mad the crime scene photos are proving them wrong. I agree with that. And yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Dylan. It makes sense. Thank you, Meg. And thank you to anybody that chooses to support us via Venmo, Cash App, and or PayPal. It is definitely helpful. Keeps our bills paid, guys, and keeps us coming day after day. Never expected, but always beyond appreciated. So thank you for anybody that chooses to do that. You're amazing. You guys are making amazing points as always.
Aussie makes a
As
good one
always.
here.
What's that?
Aussie makes a good one. Dylan didn't like Haley. My gut has always told me she's involved somehow.
Well, you can't disregard. You can disregard it. I never have, Aussie. But it is a great statement. I still feel like, in some senses, Kaylee was lured back there for something. I can't let go of that either. I'm just telling you. That's always been a part of my thought process.
No matter which way you spin this, it is unspinnable. Dylan is the catalyst for everything that happened. She is the one that brought Kaylee back to Moscow. She is the one that kept Maddie in Moscow for that weekend.
Right. Right. Yes. That is a very good point, sir. And this is, well, Miss Nothing says the phones and their info is key to this case. And we need all of the info to clear anyone, in my opinion. And I fully agree with that, too. I think if we were to get the phones, honestly, it would give answers to many, many, many more questions. So I'm just saying, and that, let me rephrase it then. If it is true, but it came from the family early on, and it's a statement that making that statement up really, truly, what would it get you? Although, here, let me say this then. That's a good point, Lucy. What if they were trying to blame this on Dylan in the beginning, the G's? And that's why that statement was made. Because we know that they were threatened by the Mortensons and the Showalters that they need to shut up and stop talking about them, or there's going to be consequences. So there's a good point. That's interesting. That's an interesting point. Did Dylan say she saw Kaylee's car on the 8th, but did her letter explain why she was there? Did Dylan say she was there to beg her back? Of course not, but that's a good point. I understand what you're saying. Devil's advocate, I get it.
Through this video with Amber, and again, when you look at the True Crime Forensics video and pair the two together, it's quite compelling. So join me tonight as we go over them more.
All right. Thank you. That's the end of that. Thank you, Harsh and Amber Vance, guys. I put her link in the chat if anybody wants to check her out. Meg did too. Please do. Of course, we all know Harsh's link. I threw that in here as well. Great creators doing great things, trying to come to the same conclusion we all are. That's going to do it for today, though. I went a little way over where I wanted to, but I wanted to show these things and talk about this stuff because I miss talking to you guys about all these things that I haven't talked about for a while. So, lots to think about. That's right. Lots to think about, and that's what we do. And you guys were so interactive today. I really appreciate it. I love it. I love the intellect and the smart people in here, the smart and beautiful people. You guys are amazing. And Dylan, I really appreciate you coming up here, bud.
Yeah, no problem. I'll be here. I'll be here tomorrow if you need me, because there is a video that I made that I do want your opinion on, and
yeah,
I say really nice things about you too in it.
I'm surprised. Good stuff. That doesn't mean you're getting any more allowance, but it's okay. I appreciate it.
Damn it.
I
All right.
appreciate it. I do.
Stay tuned
I
for my
hate
next
this.
video. It's gonna be
All
trashing
right.
you.
Okay. All right, buddy. No problem. But no, thank you in all reality. I appreciate you joining us. I always love your input, your insight, and it's always a great conversation, bud. You point out great things and make great points. Thank you very much. Thank you to
Yeah.
my amazing moderators, whom I would not exist without. Nor could I do this without. You guys are beautiful and amazing as well. All the beautiful people, you guys are rock and roll, guys. Make sure you tune in tonight if you're interested, of course, to the Devil's Advocates. We go into part 2 of the John Benet Ramsey breakdown that we're doing. Myself, Miss Logan from Bronx Tales 1-1, and Miss Robin will be there tonight. If you guys are interested, I'd love to see you there. It should be interesting, as always. You guys are amazing. You guys are beautiful. I love each and every one of you so very much for all you do for myself, for this channel, for this community. And don't forget, folks, to love yourselves and love each other because it is so very important. And if you change something, I'll be mad because you truly are the beautiful people. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture